garden. You're probably spending some time doing something healthy. But, you know, a shit looks like a crock pot. It really does. But, like, here's the thing, right? It uses food-safe bags or a tube. You can either, like, just stick a tube in the top of it and just inhale straight out of it, or, like, put a bag on it and make, like, a big old bag of vapor. Like, it legit looks like cotton candy from a distance. It's a hysterical thing. But it is, very effective. Like, very effective. Chat, you guys can say hi YouTube now, and we definitely haven't been talking about green things and vaping accessories for the past 20 minutes. YouTube, please don't demonetize this. This is not adult content. This is YouTube safe content. This is it's 420 somewhere. Please don't demonetize me. Let's go see if there's more Batman in the caves. What do you think, chat? So this fort has some restrictions, which we've talked about a couple times. Your boyfriend's dad is a volcano vaporizer, and you love that thing. They're so great, aren't they? They look stupid, but they're so great. They're wonderful. They're wonderful. We're talking about gardening with parents. You know, it's kind of funny. My neighbor just got a plot at my community garden plot. So somebody else local to me now has a garden plot there, and the first thing he asks me is, "Yo, like, is anybody growing weed out there?" I'm like, "No." And he goes, "So you're telling me I probably can't grow wheat?" I'm like, "I wouldn't recommend it." I might get mad at you. I don't actually know. So this fort, we'll do a real quick fort tour before we do anything else. This fort kind of has some mood problems right now, which is going to be the main thing we need to fix today. Like kind of has some mood problems. We are building some goofball things, but don't worry about this. Once we get that sorted, it'll be fun. We have this little fountain for my military and also front door. We aren't quite. Thank you very much for the $3. Card, eh? We have this really big hole outside. The whole shtick of this fort is I can't use the dig tool. I have to use the channel tool or the ramps tool. So this goes all the way down to here. And one layer beneath this is going to hit aquifer. So as we dig down, we're going to be digging through an aquifer, so I'm going to have to do a lot of smoothing, so I've kind of paused on this digging. We're going to dig a few more spots down. This is going to be the meat pit eventually. And it's going to go all the way down to the caverns. So that is the goal. I want to have an open cavern pit on the surface from this mountain biome. As for the fort itself, because I can only build stairs. I can't dig stairs. The entryway looks like this. And it just kind of goes down to about here. Down here we have our second military squad. I do actually have this crossbow dwarf's range set up, which was working for a little bit there. He was actually firing bolts. We have this ball of fire, who's just a big old ball of fire, who lives there, who also shoots balls of fire. So he lives there. I don't know why there's a human axeman in my fort or where he came from. Seems to just be a visitor. It's kind of perplexing to me. And then there's this dwarf, some fool who's seriously injured, who has motor nerve damage. We'll have to make sure that dwarf's okay. And I have a forbidden spear right there, so let's unforbid that. We have our library, we have taverns and dining halls. Our bedrooms are all 2 levels tall because I have to dig out 2 at a time, which has kind of led to this really interesting look to things where I have mirrored rooms over 2 levels. And I'm building these little walkways around it, and we're digging out this lower area down here, which I was going to do something with. Probably whatever this is. Yes, okay. Another temple and a priest. And then if we go down a little bit, it does go down to the lower cavern layer. And down in this lower cavern layer, we've been getting attacked by batmen. And the batmen are riding on frogs, giant cave toads. So I think what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be sealing this off here, and off here. And then we just won't have to worry about it as much, and then do our damnedest, and also seal off up here, and do our damnedest to hopefully not have to worry about them so much. What is this dark brown rock? I think it's schist, or it's either schist or slate, one of the two. slate is this one, and then schist is the slightly darker one. So that's schist, and then this is slate. Slate and schist. And then that over here is sandstone. Batman is literally the worst? Yeah, well, I mean, it's simple. We kill the Batman. We've killed plenty of Batman. Batman. But that's why the fort is so depressed right now, is because of the Batman incursions that we've had. But I'm gonna unpause the game right now, and I'm going to, well, actually, before I do that, we're going to jump over to citizens. I'm going to read out the names of the dwarves in the fort. Baka Glass was super Angie depressed, but has gotten better. Baka Glass, Bonesaw, Brookley, daughter of Boreas, who's the new Boreas, who was gifted out after other Boreas died. Elfie Bean, who's still alive, impressively enough, who like got splatted by a bad monster and didn't die somehow. Gimli is in the fort. Jerry Gord, MB Audio, MYR Death, Nutty Wombat, Pandasaurus Rex, who's literally one of the happiest people in the entire goddamn fort. Ryo Shincat, some fool who's still in hospital. Stone, aka Seashorts Wall, who's currently playing to Savaz Cloud Dreams, who's some sort of deity. And then Trimkoff, True Freak, and that's everybody who's currently named, and I will turn on Dwarf Redemptions in a minute. Are we out of potatoes? We currently have no potatoes in the fort, yes. Oh, also, I should check to see if any dwarves have lost their names in the military. Probably. Aegis is in the military still. It seems to just be Aegis. Aegis is the one that lost their name. Then I need to check these peasants. But we are also in the process of making everybody, new sets of clothing. We have tons and tons and tons of cave spider silk down here, so. Fort setup is looking cool. Thank you. I'm trying my best. Trying my best here. But we're gonna begin working on walls, I think is what we're gonna do. Continue building after things are done. Yep. We are going to begin working on walls. Mostly placing limestone. Limestone blocks. But yeah, Squid-Faced God, I do agree. Batmen can be the worst, but like at this point I've actually nerfed them. I've set it so that instead of them sending like 50 dudes at a time at me, they only send a fraction of that, so that'll hopefully make them less obnoxious, but I still want access to the trees down here, but we do really need to seal this area off quite a chunk, so. Dog needed a herbal date, appropriate gummy. Since he busted out his knee. Oh no! Well, hopefully your dog feel better. How does a dog bust out their knee? What did he do? Seems like a challenge. Most of these dwarves currently are hauling bodies. So if you guys want to see the carnage of the last fight, we will follow Deucim here to where the carnage of the last fight happened. Because they are all walking out to remove bits and pieces from the caverns. Because there was a lot of them. Bits and pieces out in the caverns. This was where the last fight against the Batman happened. The blood has mostly been cleaned up now, so it's a lot less vile looking than it was previously. But this is all Batmen and Batwomen and giant cave toads and elk birds. So, yeah. And this is Meatpit is the name of this particular here fort. We also apparently have a mysterious construction that's been started. It's a clother's shop. He's got nice blocks, killinite, stray borebone, rough sunstones, goblin cap logs, tunnel tube logs, table cut red zircons, and 2 pieces of pigtail cloth. Turns out. Before you just walled them off? Really? Cavern layers, they allow for a lot of fun. Oh, I know why clothing is not getting done. It's because I set it to just my military making clothing and then, like, got them training again. But yeah, no, there's a lot of fun to be had in the cavern layers. Like, every now and again, like, one of the complaints I see about Dwarf Fort is that not enough things happen, and it's like, well, in order for stuff to happen, you kind of need to allow things to happen. Like, as an example, messing around in the cavern layers. Is there a way to prioritize open jobs? You have so many open and they're not putting food in the available barrels in your newest fort, and Miasma sucks? Sounds like they're not actually open. Like, if your dwarves are preoccupied with something, or the dwarf, like, are the dwarves listed as no job, or are they activated as something? Because all of these blue things are all jobs, right? Like, everybody here is doing a job. Nobody is, like, open and available to do jobs. Everybody is doing a job. Sometimes the game does a bad job of, like, explaining when a job is open. What do you actually need? That's a lot of evaluated. Why are you getting repeatedly evaluated by the same doctor? Well, you just received a... Oh, I see. You're going off to go pick up equipment now. That was a lot of evaluations. That's crazy. No hit kill. Thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. But no, there is no direct way to prioritize certain jobs. You just need to hope that you have enough dwarves available that they do the job. And if they're not completing a task, it's probably because something is messed up. And I no idea what it could possibly be. But... Pigtail trousers. That's pretty cool. So Tubal, the Weaver, has created Roder Shishak Bellymush, a pigtail trousers, and offers it to the Bloody Dance of Kings. A pigtail trousers, you say? It's nice to have an artifact that, you know, has an icon. I've had so many for so long that just, like, haven't had icons. It's nice to have one that has an icon. This is a pigtail trousers. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round kilonite cabochons and decorated with tunnel tube and goblin cap and pig bone. It is made from pigtail, and on the item is an image of Stinthad, Paddle Crevice, the dwarf in pigtail. Stinthad, Paddle Crevice is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf Stinthad, Paddle Crevice in Meatpit in the early summer of year 199. On the item is an image of Asmil Glaze Inched, the dwarf in and Snarling Granite, the human, in red zircon. Snarling Granite is striking down Asmil. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Asmil by the zombie human Snarling Granite in Streamlance, not to be confused with Streamlabs, in the Royal Tooth in the early spring of 216 during Kekizonkan, the Splattered Siege. On the item is an image of many pointed stars in Sunstone. On the item is an image of Tosid Notchrock, the dwarf in Nice. Tosid Notchrock is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf Tosid Notchrock in Meatpit in 296. Is it bad that you that you find it really funny that the Outpost Liaison got made mayor, and since then he's mandated coins almost every year? Your Outpost Liaison moved in? Because that's kind of impressive. Sephados, thank you very much for the 29th month. How's things? You still playing Dwarfs, or are you on a break too? Because I feel like everybody took a break. But, yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool, actually. Your Outpost Liaison getting mayor. Can't say that's something I've ever had happen. Well, of course we need steel boots. We're working on that. We'll do that. And a ramp. Neriv did get a dwarf. Yes, you are correct. What kind of dwarf would you like, Neriv? Apparently I have a bunch of carpenters. No idea where those came from. We've got some engravers. We got apparently some hunters. We've got armorers and blacksmiths. We got a billion craft dwarves. We've got fish dissectors. We've got many a farmer. We've got some siege engineers and siege operators. We've got some surgeons and doctors. We've got some angry twats. We've got some military stabbies. Let's try this again. Medical dwarf. Okay. Would you like medical dwarf who's also a religious person? Who's also extremely happy? Actually, beard or no beard would be the question, because, like, I've also got some diagnosers. You want no beard? I got a doctor who's got a beard. I got a surgeon who's got a beard. Pumping magma into your caverns to get rid of all of the undead and all of the thousands of corpses. FPS that too. Well, at least you got plenty of time, you know? You'd like Kubok? You miss Pumpy? I mean, we could bring back Pumpy. You just need to gift Pumpy a dwarf. Although it's not currently available. Narev. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and he has a profound sense of duty and obligation. He is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, and he is rarely jealous, and he is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this since he values friendship. He is greatly unhindered by the thoughts of others. He's generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he does not find most jokes humorous. He is quite ambitious. He doesn't find most jokes humorous, and he's quite ambitious. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he doesn't handle stress well. He often feels discouraged, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he has a greedy streak. He is quite polite, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he lives a fast-paced life. He is distracted from conversations easily when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and I need to check something real quick. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Music, play, more, thanks. Dreams of raising a family and values artwork. He likes microcline, bismuth bronze, fire opal, chipmunk leather, lion bone, and the color taupe gray. Crowns in the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible, prefers to consume tomato wine and absolutely hates lizards for some reason. He has what was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double is neatly combed, not arranged in double braids. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his slightly close-set round eyes are brass, and they are bulging, and his ears are extremely tall. His eyelashes are short, and his copper skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is chocolate with a touch of gray. Done. Easy peasy. And let's get 2 doors in here. Worship a god of death, because then he could be a they don't need to worship a god of death to be a necromancer. They just need to read some specific books to become a necromancer. I don't know exactly where you got that information, but being a necromancer has nothing to do with their religion. And worshiping a god of death is not a requirement for being a necromancer. You can just be a necromancer. And let's go all the way along here. And go limestone once again. Some big-ass mushrooms down there. Yeah, there is. There really is some big-ass mushrooms down here. Well, fortunately, Sathatos, the next major update after the one that's currently in beta is supposed to include the STL2 improvements, which should give you an 80% frame rate improvement, which means your 2 FPS will go up to 3, which is excellent. So I'm sure that you're looking forward to that. I mean, come on. Who isn't looking forward to massive frame rate improvements like that? The right books in your fort, you'll have a fort full of necromancers? Yep, I can tell you exactly how to get them, too, if you want. It's not hard. 3 better than 2. This is true. This is true. 3 is better than 2 when it comes to frame rates. You want number to be embiggened. God, there's so many things we have to get rid of. So many. You'll pop a bottle of champagne for 4. Damn. For those of you who don't know, Sethados made Arch Crystal, which you can Google. Arch Crystal Dwarf Fort. Literally did play for hundreds of years in one fort on 3 FPS. But essentially what you got to do, Chaotic Kitchen, is you need yourself a Necronomicon, which is any book that lists that it holds the secrets of life and death, right? And then you just need to put that into a library, and any dwarf that reads it will just become a necromancer. Doesn't matter what god they worship. If they read the book, they will become a necromancer. And you get it by raiding usually necromancer towers, but sometimes tombs will have them too. Sometimes goblins will have them as well, but usually necromancer towers. So you just raid necromancer towers and steal books. So if I go over to the overworld and be like, where am I? I'm right here, right? There's a necromancer tower right there. A Wizard's Guide to Storage. One of these books is probably underneath the artifacts list. One of those is probably a necromancer book. Any tower will probably have one. So if you just raid and attack it repeatedly and steal all their items, like this tower. The Entrances of Shade, or Plank Rug. Big library open to the public? Sure, but then they need to bring a copy with them, or alternatively, write the book, which then you need writing materials. It's easier to just steal one. Honestly, like that's the easiest way to get the secrets of life and death is to just steal it. You might also just get necromancers migrating to your fort from your faction if your faction happens to have, like, a lot of necromancers in it. I'm just trying to use up all of these limestone blocks. I have so many. So many. You've had an Etten bring one onto your map? Did it bring a slab or did it bring the book? Because I've had them bring slabs, but I've never had them bring the book. I've also had them bring random artifacts and stuff. I've been slowly killing a family of giants. I recently killed their eldest daughter. I've killed the mother. And I've killed their middle son. And none of them have brought me any items, which makes me kind of sad. Artifact coffins are fun for them to use as weapons. One of the first sieges I got on this version of the game, the first day I was playing it, was a bunch of undead from a local necromancer. And 3 of them were hauling coffins with bodies in them. So we were joking that they brought backup. It's like, that's just an undead APC. Although I don't think any of the bodies actually got rezzed, which kind of, you know, but... It was still a pretty funny moment, nonetheless. You knew sleep was a bad idea? Ah, no, sleep's always a good idea. The VODs will go up at some point. Force that is dark and vile has arrived. You know, we'll just do this once again because they're not going to actually send that much. And I'm not too concerned. It's probably still the same people, yeah? That attack me twice a year now. I need somebody with metal armor. Oh, well, none of them... Oh, you might have a symbol. On the item is a rendition of the Malignant Year, a masterfully designed image of candle nuts. The image is a symbol of the Wraith of Scabs, a goblin civilization. Yep, I would agree sleep is almost always a good idea. My soldiers should be coming in pretty quick. Coming in hot, I think. Yep, here they come. So who's in first? Seems to be Darius who's in first. So these dwarves have done quite well for themselves in the military. I mean, like, look at Darius here. Granted, Darius has been in my military since Danger Caves, but, like, I mean, you are still alive, yes. I thought I checked for you, but I guess I must have missed you when I was going through the list. Currently wielding an iron warhammer. We should give you a silver one. You are beating the ever-living crap out of a goblin thief currently. And looking at the goblin thief's combat log, you hit it in the lower body with an iron warhammer, bruising the muscle and the guts through the trousers. You bashed the goblin thief in the foot with your iron warhammer, fracturing the bone through the cotton shoe. Not a very effective shoe. The goblin falls over, probably because their foot is in pain. And the goblin screams, "Can it all end so quickly? Begone, fear," and then vomits. You then punch the thief in the throat with your hand, and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. It's not dead yet. It has no throat. The force pulls the neck, tearing apart the fat and bruising the muscle, and the goblin thief loses hold of the wolf leather bag. Oh no, drop this bag. And Darius then bites the goblin thief in the upper body, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle through, and bruising the liver through the cloak. Alive and kicking. Anyway, you're also dodging bolts with all of this going on, and arrows and whatnot. That goblin is still alive. How is that goblin still alive? Darius is saying, this is a fight. I laugh in the face of death. I cannot stand by. There is no need to feel vengeful. And then you bash the goblin thief again with the warhammer, bruising the muscle through the trousers. And then you bash the thief in the foot with your iron warhammer. You bit it in the upper body. Yep. You shook. Okay, so you bit him in the upper body. You've latched on firmly. You dodged 3 arrows. And the goblin missed you, and now you start shaking him around by the upper body. So you've bit him, and you're shaking him around. The hammer Darius Cauldron scratches the goblin thief in the right hand, fracturing the bone through the linen mitten. And then Darius says, "I have improved my wrestling. That was not satisfying." And then bashes the goblin thief in the upper leg with his iron warhammer, chipping the bone through the rammy trousers. Just let it die already. I mean, just let him die. Okay, now he's dead. You beat him up the hill. Dwarves run back down, and yeah, that's no contest. Goblins are still fighting. Dwarves launch him into many pieces. Quit playing with your food. Yeah, quite literally. Fortunately, no dwarves have been kidnapped since Matt Damon, so we're okay. Okay, so this down here needs a lever connected to that. So did I? Yes, I already did place this. Let's link this lever to here, because I just want to try this. And you guys can go back to training. What are you carrying? That's a copper battle axe. But, you can do better. Tisk. You're playing Hearts of Iron, right, guys? Right? That is what you're playing. Better to ignore the constant petitions to reside from from entertainers and monster slayers. Don't ignore the ones for temples and guild halls. But I mean, it depends on if you want those monster slayers in your fort or not. There is no better answer to that. It's like, do you want them in your fort? If yes, then don't ignore them. If you don't, then ignore them. Say no, and they will leave. Okay, so that we can cancel. I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to add a new route. I'm going to add a track stop. Kick north immediately, if it's at least at 0%. Add the walnut minecart to that. You hopefully should be back after, well, hopefully we get to say hi after you get back from your meeting. Have a good meeting. Someone should bring a minecart down here. Comes, from the looks of things. Then someone should kick it. And this should just spin in circles. Should. Oh boy. You also discovered the other day that angels are not magma proof? Well, they're not forgotten beasts. The forgotten beast, Scythe, has come. A towering humanoid composed of yellow glossier. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly spittle. Not super scary unless it hits, unless it lands a shot. So let's see what we can do against this thing. Hopefully it can't actually fly, but these caverns aren't too tall, so. Worst kind of forgotten beast, not food. Yeah, you know what? I tend to agree with that. Not butcherable. Stone, you might want to run. Although it is chasing Nutty Wombat. It shot something at Stone. Stone appears to have dodged it, though. Stone runs away. It's now... It shot something at Zulban down here. It's not in the fort. It's just... There's dwarves outside of the fort. Som Fool is coming to kill the Forgotten Beast, equipped with a silver mace. Probably not the most effective in this fight, but is in combat now, so let's see how this goes. Some Fool has quite the combat log. Let's look at the Forgotten Beast's combat log. Some fool bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right upper leg with her silver warhammer, but with her silver mace, but the attack glances away. Oh, sweet. Some fool bites the Forgotten Beast in the lower leg, fracturing it. That's good. He broke his leg. Where's the rest of the military? Where army? Oh, here comes Amos, who's almost here. And Zulgar and Cybrick and the rest. The dueling continues. Our dwarf is not injured just yet, but does say, has the time turned? I feel no terror. Amos, we need you. There is a child in the fighting. Or actually, no, that's not a child. It's just a siege engineer who's now unconscious. So, that's fine. Is the siege engineer still dead? Not dead. Siege engineer is still alive, lying on the ground. There is a bunny in the fighting, though. This is very important. The bunny rabbit child, Zuntir Sumankib, is fighting. Bit the Forgotten Beast in the left hand, denting it. Bites the Forgotten Beast in the left foot, denting it. Scratches the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, denting it. The bunny attacks the Forgotten Beast, but it jumps away. The bunny bites the Forgotten Beast in the left wing, denting it. The bunny bites the Forgotten Beast in the upper arm, denting it. The Forgotten Beast kicks the bunny in the left front paw with his foot, but the attack... How did it glance away? How did that glance away? The bunny keeps on biting it. The Forgotten Beast attacked it, but the bunny jumped away a bunch of times. The bunny misses the Forgotten Beast. The bunny bites the Forgotten Beast in the right hand, denting it. The bunny bites the Forgotten Beast in the left foot, denting it. The bunny bites the Forgotten Beast in the right lower leg, denting it. The bunny bites the Forgotten Beast in the right hand, denting it. Go bunny. Go team bunny, I say. The Forgotten Beast punches the bunny in the lower body with the right hand, but the attack glances away. How is that glancing away? The bunny then scratches the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, denting it. Go team bunny. Bone just went flying. Okay, so bunny dead. Bad news. The Forgotten Beast punches the bunny in the right rear paw with its right hand, and the attack glances away. The bunny bit the Forgotten Beast. Rip bunny. Yep. The bunny didn't make it, Chad. Well, that's sad. Uh-oh. We did get a casualty. Dastot got mauled to death by the creature. We've got a bunch of dwarves fighting with it, though. It's quite injured, right? Oh, wow. Actually, no. It is quite fractured, but that's about it. We got a lot of dwarves fighting with it. Where is the military? Okay. Here comes Cyberic, the mace dwarf, who's also not going to be very useful against this thing. We need people with swords, cutty weapons. A lot of dwarves fighting with this creature. There is some blood on the ground. It's mostly dwarf blood and rabbit blood. The actual military is arriving now. The fight should go pretty quickly now, I would think. It seems like we've got Dastot who's injured here. There's a bunch of blood on the ground, but the military is surrounding the creature, and the creature is now dead. It appears that we only have a handful of seriously injured dwarves, so this could have gone worse. Could have gone a lot better, but certainly could have gone worse. What was the beast made of? A yellow glossier. So blunt weapons not very good, essentially. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 injured dwarves, I think. Bunny statue? What was the name of the bunny? I like how you guys want a statue to the bunny, but don't really care about the dwarf that just died. Bunny statue! Very important, yes. Zuntir. Okay. Griffin nets. Zuntir griffin nets. We're making a statue of the bunny. Are people coming to recover wounded? Okay. People are coming to recover wounded. Bunny knew it would be sacrifice? What? And the dwarf didn't? But yeah, no, that beastie was made out of gems, which is kind of hard to kill, but we got it. We got it done. Oh, I've been welcomed to my chat room. Would you look at that? All right, so let's see. How are we doing here? I need to make a kitchen, I think, because I'm pretty sure I don't actually have a kitchen currently. Is it bad that I'm tempted to make a lead kitchen? The dwarf definitely didn't know the bunny would be sacrificed. Okay, well, the military had done some cardio beforehand, and the bunny wouldn't have had to sacrifice itself. Here's the thing. The military did plenty of cardio, but they had to go all the way from the surface all the way to the bottom because they were up top fighting with goblins. So if they weren't up top fighting with goblins, I think it would have been fine. Let's get them training again. Cook microplastics in the lead kitchen. I mean, it'll be great. We're preparing lavish meals, mostly of plump helmets. And apparently yak tallow. Although we should actually just be making soap is what I should be doing. Hey, look, we have a goose named Tekid. Great. All right, so down here we are going to smooth all of this. This is going to become a temple to the Pregnant Creed. Yes, naturally. New temple. To the wherever you went. How far? That's an interesting name. The Pregnant Creed, who worships what exactly? Pregnant Creed, metals and dance, naturally. What else could they possibly worship? So I will approve that. We're going to make this into a nice temple. Also, just a reminder for anybody watching live currently, because today is 420, if you would like a 5% discount at my merch store, use code HAPPY and then the number 420. Exclamation point merch in chat. Pregnant Creed, why does the temple look like a peen? Because you think it looks like a peen. That's why. All right, so this upper layer I kind of want to make into the temple bits too, but and also because you know it happened during a kind of epic moment in this fort's history. What if we what if I put that statue of the bunny in here in this temple? Maybe we need to do that. Assuming the statue of the bunny gets made in a reasonable amount of time. Hello, Crinkled Paper. How are you? How is things? We just fought a forgotten beast to death and won. And I'm quite proud of my dwarves. So the Pregnant Creed is going to get the lovely pants that were just made to help it keep its value up. It's not quite valuable enough yet, but we'll get there soon. That needs to be unsuspended. Currently, all of the dwarves are getting new clothing, so guess we'll leave this one public so that the human can hang out here. We'll slowly start allowing visitors into the fort over time, I think. We're almost done. Nicely does it. Suspend that, unsuspend that, and unsuspend that. Get those done. Sweet. Now we just need this. So someone better be bringing that over. The fort's looking great. Well, thank you. Don't look at the current mood distribution. They are not very happy, but we are working on it. All right here. We're going to throw these over here. That'll give it enough value. We'll also give them some thrones. Hello, Iron Bull. So that they can contemplate the pants. We'll also give them some tables so that they can enjoy a nice meal while contemplating the pants. We'll put some engravings on the floor, potentially of the pants. Bunny statue will also go in here if we get the opportunity. But yeah, no, this has been a fun fort. I've been enjoying this one. I've been enjoying this one. Aside from the part where ghosts. Aside from the part where the caverns have decided to be super mean to us, but Fuck Zul. No slabs engraved. Well, we can fix that. Okay, so this has got to be high enough value now. We're going to recognize priest. Got the holy festival. Dwarf who's not in the military. Okay, I would give it to this dwarf, but they're in the military. So instead, let's give it to Melville the peasant, who's a skilled persuader and liar. And will qualify for a high priest when they get 25 worshippers. Lots of action? Definitely, yes. Definitely lots and lots of action in this fort. And so I've got this, wait, is that Bimble? Oh, great, there's two ghosts. The ghosts are not helping with the general happiness levels of this fort, let me tell you. It is not helping. If anything, I would say it's been the exact opposite of helping. Do-do-do-do. So, chat room, any plans for this weekend? I've worked Mondays back into the streaming schedule. So I will be streaming Mondays. I think we're going to be starting at 11 Pacific. I'll probably put it onto the countdown timer after today's stream. But the Monday streams will be slightly shorter than the rest of the week, and they will start a little later. We're going to be aiming for like 6 to 7 hours for those streams instead of like, you know, my normal ludicrous length streams. But that's something that we're working towards, which should be a bit of fun. So, you know, I think Spotify is starting to realize that it's been a while since since I've had a Spotify account, because they've started sending me coupons. Oh, this is brilliant. So I'm not going to name it, but an esports crypto betting service just sent me an email and asking to partner with me, right? I'm not going to read the name of the actual service, but I just want to read this line from this email because this is brilliant. I just wanted to reach out on behalf of Redacted to see if your brand would be interested in joining our affiliate program. We believe our brand at Redacted has many synergies between the Blind IRL brand and Redacted brand. That would help create a mutually beneficial affiliate partnership. Oy. I think that sentence just gave me brain cancer. All right, moving on. Esports betting is a thing? Fucking people will bet on belt sander races. Literally, if it exists, people will bet on it. This shouldn't be a surprise. Let's see how we're doing for armor at this point. I need to tell them to remove shoes. We need gauntlets. That's basically all we're missing at this point is gauntlets. And then some of them are missing their weapons for some reason. Where's your weapon, Lycott? Go get your weapon. Assign metal armor. Again. I'm going to add a uniform. We're just going to go breastplate, helms, leggings, gauntlets, low boots, shields, and short swords. And I'm going to say partial matches are okay. Do I want them to remove their shoes? Nah. We're just going to call this Sword Squad. And we're going to confirm and save uniform. And we're going to assign everybody to that. Did I? Oh, I see. I clicked the wrong one. I clicked no uniform. When you use the default metal armor, it's because they can't wear boots over their shoes half the time. Looks like I need 2 more swords. Let's just check my bars supply. We got plenty of you, plenty of pig iron too. They should be making steel then. Is there a reason they're not making steel? Maybe I ran out of flux. Nope. They are making steel bars. Okay, well then, steel short swords it is. How meaty is the pit today? We already killed a forgotten beast. And there's 3 ghosts currently, so. I don't know if ghosts count towards the meatiness of the pit, but. If they do, then yeah, we got a lot of those today. Let's get 2 of those removed. Ghosts provide the meatiness and spirit? Yes. Flesh for the meat god? Oh boy. I mean pit god. I mean meat god, pit god, same thing. So, if you fall into the pit, you'll meet God, probably. Used to make ludicrous bets in their boredom, like wagering the value of a small estate and the... You know, one of my favorite Twitch streams I ever saw was the first time T-Pain ever streamed on Twitch. And now he streams quite regularly now. Like, it's part of his week. His streams are still quite entertaining, but he was talking about how he went on tour with Lil Wayne and 50 Cent once, and somebody asked if they play video games, and he said that they play Madden, but he said that it drove him nuts because he had to leave the room whenever they were playing Madden because they wouldn't play Madden. They would bet on the AI. So they would just set up 2 AI teams and then put down cash bets. And he said it was fine initially when they were betting like $50, but pretty quickly it was like $3 to $5 grand. And he's like, that's too rich for my blood. Which is kind of incredible. It's like, imagine sitting there and just betting on Madden. So yeah, I completely believe that. Origanto. You don't think you'd be able to stay in the same room? Yep. Although he said a lot more words that I think I would get canceled if I said about them. So, things I can't say. But, it was a very entertaining stream to watch. That betting on AI in video games is fun. I mean, me and my friends used to put 4 level 1 Yoshis against each other in Final Destination with no items in, against each other in, in Smash Brothers, and we would bet Skittles on that. But I couldn't imagine actually betting money on that. Like, at all. No way in hell I could imagine betting money on that. There we go. Another ghost has been put away. Put that ghost into storage for safekeep. Why is there a necromancer in my fort? It feels empathy after discussing an acquaintance's problems. Where'd you come from? You live in the. You're a former member of the Rags of Muscle. You're a member of the Pillars of Pine. Sounds elfy. They must have come to worship in the new worshipping space. I do have this human X-Men who's just like wandering off into the forest. Good luck, bud. Free Necro? Oh no, he's not joining me. Just visiting, probably scouting. See if I have any items worth stealing. Well, we're working on bits and pieces of steel because I got tons of steel, turns out. No, the name of that faction is kind of elfy sounding. Doesn't mean it is necessarily elfy. It just sounds elfy. What can bananas cost? $50? What? Oh, we're talking about wealthy people. Yeah. I've certainly. Well, I mean, there's one of two ways that they go with the cost of bananas, right? And it's like either they think bananas are super cheap, or they assume that they're way more expensive than they actually are. Because I've seen them go both ways. Like, there's a Bill Gates quote where they ask him how much he thinks a banana is, and he says, like, 20 cents a bundle or something. Atlas Obscura. That's definitely a quality link. Good website, that. Lots of random garbage on that website. Also, that is a terrifying image. So thank you for linking. Raging Cave. What kind of dwarf would you like? If you'd like to see the list, let me know. All right, so we've sealed off the lower layer. Kind of tempted to just lock this layer. Oh, look, the humans are leaving. Bye, human merchants. The tattered clothing that rich people buy with a huge price tag. I know people who aren't rich that buy tattered looking clothing too. Like, there's plenty of like affordable fashion places that will sell you clothing with pre-ripped jeans. Like, that's not an uncommon thing, and that's certainly not rich people exclusive. You would like the Lying Priest? You mean the one that I just assigned? That was Melville, the Holy Festival. Melville, the Holy Festival. There you are. Raging Cave. You have a lustful dwarf who's a legendary singer and a professional flatterer and dancer, so you naturally put him in the tavern and named him Gunther. Okay. And he has a strange mood, and he's claimed $30,000 worth value versus... he claimed the $30,000 alligator pants he made. So in your head canon, he's now performing an insanely blingy assless alligator leather chaps. You know, they can actually make assless chaps. I think it's called, like, they're called split chaps or something. But they can actually make assless chaps. She is utterly fearless when confronted by danger to the point of lacking common sense. She is an optimist and sloppy with her living space and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, often feels discouraged and has an active sense of humor, doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. You know, this seems like somebody who's a religious person for profit and not for actual religion. And she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is a friendly individual and her voice trails off when she's thinking about something and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore, or ever, for that matter. Dreams of creating a great work of art, is personally offended by leisure time and leisurely living and sees merrymaking as a waste, and dreams of creating a great work of art, likes microcline billen and dendric agate, peach-faced lovebird and leather, and the color taupe. Gray cabochons and bolts and bucklers and backpacks and chains and the words of the berries of serenity and the sound of the lacy phrases and the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to consume giant beaver and split beer, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Speaking of drawing prompt, Elfie, can I show the thing that you sent me in DMs? I'm just sitting here and waiting for the traders to show up. So Elfie sent. So yesterday we were discussing, what if Armok is just a giant anvil that gives birth to anvils? Anyway, Elfie sent me this. It's a giant anvil that gives birth to little anvils in a nest of anvils. Because we were trying to figure out where did the first anvil come from? Obviously from Armok. It's like the opposite of when anime anthropomorphizes stuff. Yeah, no, we're not anthropomorphizing anvils. Speaking of anvils, it's party time. In Meatpit. It's a litter of anvilets. Oi, that's a sentence. A litter of anvilets. That's like saying imbeciles. Anvilsels? I give up. It's like using a CNC to make parts for a CNC. Well, you need an anvil to make an anvil in Dwarf. You can't make an anvil without an anvil. Ilan kinem indeed. Nice. But some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Despite my lack of bedrooms, more like. Let's make 50 more beds. Did you ever get a cabinet back there? We're going to move up one layer, and we are going to build flooring all the way along the side here. Not using closest materials. We're going to use granite, maybe? Got plenty of granite. By this channel's headcanon, apparently. I'm not saying that is fact about Armok being the first anvil that gives birth to all the anvils. But it's definitely, as of yesterday, this channel's headcanon. I mean, everybody needs an Armok brand anvil, right? Right? There's so much headcanon, we could probably forge a headcanon using that anvil. Thanks, Armok. right. Not bad. We also desperately need more bedrooms. For mini anvils for dwarven children? Well, I mean, you can make like a mini forge, which I'm assuming would have a mini anvil in it. Stoneworker Guild Hall has been established. Good to know. I have to make a Stoneworker Guild soon. Let's also go all the way along the top of here. All the way along the top of here. All the way up here. All the way up here. All the way up here. See, did that get forbidden? Nope. That's still getting done. That's still getting done. Good to see. It's a fun headcanon. I mean, I have headcanon about what dwarven currency is called. Which I do quietly sometimes, and no one ever seems to notice. There's a town called... you're in a town called Weed? Is there actually 3 W's in the town called Weed? They're probably really tired of tourists this time of year. You're from Weed? I mean, it's better to be from Weed than from Ween. Oh boy. Oh, that's a kind of annoying thing. I'm going to send them out. Send the military in. If we can clean out whatever this next incursion is. You've been to Weed, CA. It's an important part of, I mean, it's not too different from going to fucking Austria. Although they did change the name to Fudging. Oh, here comes the military. Already 1 down. I don't know where the rest of them are. Maybe it was literally just the cavern dweller. Let's see, is there more? Okay, there is a few. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll send the military down. See if we can't get rid of these last few. They are also mounted on crocodiles, giant cave toads, and giant olms. They are standing next to an applewood bucket. The military comes running in. And this is a really good way to inflate your kill count, turns out. Is fight mounted enemies. See, the militia captain, Zulban, nonetheless, has killed 2 Batmen and a cave crocodile. Whereas Cog, the mace dwarf up here, has killed a Batman. Look at you, Joker, you. You must be a very funny dwarf. Uh-oh, please don't fall in the water. Water's very dangerous. Giant Olm fell in the water and then jumped out of the water. Seems like none of my dwarves stayed in the water. That's good. And we are also under attack by amphibian men. I'm quite happy that I left the other military squad up on the surface. Which I can't lock this door now. We really need to just put cage traps, like traps here. I think that's really what we need. Just need to fill this area up with traps. Weapon traps. Spear traps, even. I mean, they're leaving all these spears here. We should just put their spears and make them into traps. Military run out and deal with them. It's not too bad. I don't think we lost... Oh, nope, we did lose a dwarf. We lost a swords dwarf. Welp. You guys can go back to training. And so can you guys, I think. Oh, nope, there's one more. At least one more. Go deal with them. You got this. It's just one amphibian man. Just go stab his face. Kick his face. Beat him to death. Or don't. Wow. They are not interested in killing this dude. Alright, now he's dead. Sweet. Okay. Sit back with people crying instead. I mean, it's certainly an active cavern this time. It's certainly an active cavern. All right. So what I think we're gonna do, because I've been making traps for a while, I'm just gonna start making weapon traps, I think. I'm just going to use their spears. It's a pity I can't use their shields. I don't think blowguns are going to be super useful, so I'm not going to bother using those. Otherwise, I totally would throw blowguns in there. Great. Great, 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 great. How did you get there, Dwarf? Why are you... Okay, climb, just... There's a giant bat invader, which seems to be a problem. Not a big fan of the idea of a giant bat invader. Let's just set them to kill it. Oh, there's several giant bats, in fact. Hold on. This is a bat riding a bat. Why don't you just fly? You're a bat. Why do you need to ride a bat? Bat? Chad, why is there a bat riding a bat? Why doesn't the bat just be a bat? It's a bat, after all. It's a Batman riding a giant bat. Hey. It's true, but, like, I don't know, man. That's not wings, though. Pity he's not wielding a combat bat with nails or something. Giant bat tooth Morningstar. These caverns are pretty constant, though. I think what we're gonna need to do is we're gonna need to just like completely seal off the caverns and then set up traps. I think that's the only real logical outcome. Every Batman needs a Batmobile. I don't think that's what the Batmobile is. I'm not super up on the Batman lore, but I don't think that's what a Batmobile is. I don't think, anyway. Just waiting for them to get to their location. Tell them to go station up here first. About to get hit by an ad. Earth 42 or something where Batman rides an actual bat. Yeah, well. The lore for those things is nonsense. And that's me being nice to it. Okay. Hoive, can we please just finish making the traps here? Looks like it. Okay. Let's just make normal rock mechanisms. Bat squared. Oh, I also clipped that, but awesome. That's the sort of thing that's going to end up as a short on YouTube. For better or for worse. At least they keep bringing us free spears, but like, sheesh. It certainly seems to be more trouble than it's worth currently. Okay, so we're going to fill up this upper layer up here. This is going to be our Stoneworkers Guild. What does the I used to be rich get you? It costs 100,000 points and informs everybody that you were rich a few seconds ago. And then we clap. Just because it exists doesn't mean it gets you something. You can brag about all of the channel points that you used to have. You see stairs? I built those stairs. I'm not allowed to dig stairs. I constructed stairs. Those are different. The rules specify that I'm only not allowed to dig stairs. Block. Let's go... I need 112. Let's go with chalk. Speaking of nonsensical. Let's see, how much do I have to read? Tools of my trade, which drool like dogs when hungry, leaves little pastries littered throughout construction of cakes. In other news, tomatoes are delicious to tickles. Shockingly. Elmo. All caught up. Hi, Jerry Gord. I'm blind. At least your name isn't Skrillex. And I think we're going to become a barony when the Outpost Liaison comes next time. Because they've asked the past few years, and I kept saying no. We'll finally say yes this time. But yeah, no, the I used to be rich redemption is kind of just a joke redemption. That's all it really is. Who is the current monarch? Unib, the son of Aztrog, who is a goblin. Surprise. So we are still working to remove the goblin tyranny so that we can reinstate dwarven tyranny, obviously. How old is this fort? 50 years? No, like, I don't know exactly what year we settled, but like 6, maybe? 7? Pretty young still. I've been playing in this world for like 50 years. As this all gets constructed out, it's just open space in the middle. It is really hard to discern where open space is when you're dealing with multi-layered floors like this. Like, to me, this all looks like floor, but it's actually just open space. Like, this also looks like open floor, but it's not. Dwarves can work on that. And this. But his line still grips the dwarves? Pretty much, yes. The illegitimate king is dead, but the new king has taken his space. Yeah, but they're quite old. I have a handful. Like, pre-Steam release, I struggled to maintain, like, 50 to 80 viewers, generally. And when I would stream Adventure Mode, my numbers would cut in half. Sometimes more, Ranger Rick. So I don't have a lot of gameplay because I was actively punished for streaming Adventure Mode. People would always ask, but then I'd stream Adventure Mode and everybody would tune out, right? So the result was I didn't stream a lot of Adventure Mode, and I haven't streamed a lot of Adventure Mode. I've played more than I've streamed. But there is a handful of, like, if you just go to my YouTube channel and go to the little search function and search by Adventure, you'll find a few videos of me fiddling around. The new king is legitimately legitimate. Well, he's the son of the illegitimate king, so it's not very legitimate if you ask me. Yeah, no. I mean, it always made people, like, gawk at me in disbelief back when I used to tell people that, but people seem to understand it a little bit more these days, which I think is kind of funny. Ah, caravan has arrived. That is what we need. Now I can go here. And we can get rid of all of this used clothing that's literally everywhere. And also get rid of those tower cap blow darts. They're also literally everywhere. We've got so... That's a lot of cave spider silk shoes. I'm going to skip most of those because most of those seem not bad, but... Some of these are, but that's fine. So there's a weird bug in the game right now where you can't, for some reason, sell Forgotten Beast silk clothing. Okay, that needs to not be sold. For some reason, you can't sell Forgotten Beast silk clothing. I don't know why. If anybody knows why, please tell me, because it is really strange to me that you can't sell it. There's a lot of gloves right there in that one. Okay. Those are all good. Getting a lot of false positives. I have no idea. Machinery? I doubt it. I need to make more bolts. What can I get rid of? What else can I get rid of? Kind of tempted to get rid of slabs. Actually, I wonder. I was like, I wonder how much cave spider silk cloth I have. Well, 1,500 looks like. I'm gonna sell the, well, we'll keep the pigtail cloth. I'm gonna sell the sheep's wool and the giant cave spider silk cloth. That shoes should be leather. Yeah, I know a lot of people who insist on only ever making leather shoes. I just make silk shoes. Usually leather gets made into crafts for me. But I don't think it really matters all that much. In fact, actually, I know it doesn't matter all that much. Actually, you know what? Let's just sell everything. So I've got random boots here too. Let's not sell the steel stuff. But let's go. You, yep, nope, yep. That we can keep because it's an artifact. Keep the gauntlets. We don't need the copper gauntlets. Just get rid of those. Keep most of those. Those. Get rid of those. We will keep the iron chain leggings. Everything else can go. No, I think it develops habits, but I think what Dwarf Fortress does, it like every player develops their own headcanon. And once you have your own headcanon, it's really easy to just be like, this is the way I do things, right? Or like, you have a strat that works, and it's very easy to just kind of stick to that. A lot of the fun of Dwarf Fort for me is like forcing my way out of those habits. But at the same time, you know, it's just a fun game to experiment and mess around with. If there is, I don't know. Is the answer, Broccoli. I know that there's a difference in value, and more valuable items make Dwarf happier. So that's the only difference I am aware of, is that some items are more valuable. So I would say because leather is generally less valuable than giant cave spider, I think technically giant cave spider shoes would be better than leather shoes. Just because dwarves would get more happy thoughts from giant cave spider shoes because they're more valuable than leather shoes, which are less valuable. So off the top of my head, that's something that I would say is like value is something you want to take into mind. Depends on the type of leather and the quality of the leather, but still. Like, giant cave spider silk is generally more valuable than any of them. And then also, if you're insane, you can also spin adamantine strands into cloth and make clothing out of adamantine, which, again, would be even more valuable. So, you know. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is definitely a game that maybe doesn't force, but causes the player to form funny habits, which I think is some of the fun of it. Hey, replacement tips for my trekking poles arrived at the post office. Excellent. Is there a Steam sale going on right now? I just received like a dozen emails stating that games are on sale. Oh, I see. Xbox Game Studios publisher sale. There we go. That would do it. Chad, is there any games that are out soon or games that are coming out or that came out recently that you are interested in messing around with? Or looking forward to? Oh shit, this thing actually has a Steam page now. You know, every now and again, chat, open up the Steam page for this game that I'm about to link in chat. Watch the trailer and tell me if... Actually, just watch the trailer and let me know once you've looked at the trailer. Because this game right here makes me not want games to look more realistic. Like, actively, stop trying to make video games not look like video games. Please. For the love of everything, just stop it. Shit's terrifying. Stop making video games look more realistic. The shit's just getting weird. I saw a GIF of that on Twitter and thought someone was retweeting war footage. That game is 100% going to be modded with war crimes. That game's 100% going to make 80% of its player base vomit. Because of, like, how unstable that camera is. But also, yes, that. You're going to mess with Shardpunk this weekend, you think? Gotcha. Blech. It is terrifying, one, how realistic that thing looks, but also, stop it. The shaky camera isn't the problem, though. Like, even without the shaky camera, it's just like, oh, God. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. They blur the NPC faces. Kami. Also, what's up, dude? How you been? Happy, weed day. This VOD's gonna age very well. Thought that was an FMV game? No, that's Unreal Engine 5. Looks like propaganda. It's literally a solo developer. It's one dude making it. I've seen it on Twitter a couple of times. It's one dude who's basically like, yo, let's turn every single realism feature on in Unreal Engine 5. Is there an option to turn off the body camera? Fuck if I know. Let's just hope that we're able to actually trade. Okay, let's check down on these. Got more weapon traps. That's good. Pull that lever. Let's queue up some more weapon traps down here. Weapon trap. Because it turns out these baddies really like bringing spears. Let's also check in on that walkway up here. Put a little bit of microcline down there. Oh, I read that as exotic. I was like, exotic IATM? What do you mean? Oh, toxic, yes. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't know. I've never fully understood the obsession with making games look more realistic. And we're at a point now where it's like, all right, it's time to stop. Because, like, the things that I feel like my parents were terrified of when I was a little kid are actually starting to become a reality in, like, the realism of games. It's like, we need to stop. It's time to stop. Okay, so Guild Hall for the Stoneworkers Guild. Okay, and then what's this? The Cobalt Doctrine has many worshippers. Really? Another religion. God damn it, this is becoming a religious haven. And we'll put in tables across the front. This is going to be for this guild hall. Stoneworkers Guild. We're going to engrave. We're going to engrave. And we can trade. You don't believe it will actually look that clean? Neither do I, but the fact that that's the selling point is distressing to me. Just make sure nothing is contraband. It'll pop up as red if it is. Okay. Still buying the wood. buy some flasks for my military. Let's buy a clear glass bibbin. Buy some wine. They brought steel high boots. Spider silk socks. Caps, bunch of random bags, which I will buy. You think there will be some UI? I don't know. Look at Escape from Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov has no UI. I will be surprised if that game has any UI. There are enough examples of games that have no UI. That wouldn't surprise me if there was none. I'm also not going to sell some of these boots just so I can give them to them as gifts. I will buy all of the books. Hungry Head parchment sheet. It's kind of funny sounding. All right, trade. Then I will mark all. Oh, these are not the ones I can give as gifts. Well, I guess I will buy some glass just in case of artifact need. And let's just bring. Do I want to sell them? I'll give them some gifts of a few short swords. We'll do that. You can hide it if you want to, though? Okay, well, I rarely see it on streams. I don't know. To me, Escape from Tarkov is like the game that's inspiring all of these games to be like, yo, let's be ultra-violent and realistic looking. Because it was kind of, maybe not the first, but it was the most recent time I've looked at a game and gone, oh man, that looks real. I mean, like, there actually is UI on this. Right here. There is UI on this thing. But, like, when you look at this, like, not in motion, like, that looks like a fucking video game. It's just when it's in motion that it doesn't. And it's just because of the shaky cam shit. Not to be a big silly person, but people here remember the Battlefield game that was just cops, right? Also, poisonous gas. Forgotten Beast, Amira, Sanepola, Inquilanacona? Has come. A hairy tick? I'm assuming there's a dwarf sprite in the middle of that. Tick. It has a long, swinging trunk and a gaunt appearance. Its eyes glow red. Beware its poisonous gas. It is a tick. Okay, so it'll die quickly. But gas is scary, so... Fingers crossed the gas ain't too bad. Hardline, yeah. Battlefield Hardline. The fun has arrived, yep. Who collides first? Cybrek and Zulban? Migrants have arrived despite the danger. Good timing. So they killed it pretty quickly. I wasn't concerned about that. Now we get to see what happens afterwards. Like, are you going to start bleeding? You're going to keel over and die randomly? This dwarf was in the fight. They seem to be okay. Fingers crossed they okay. Remember APB? I played APB briefly, and yeah, I agree, that was fun for maybe a month. Okay, so we gave 3 swords to them as a gift. You know what I actually kind of want to do? I kind of want to do this way. Let's forbid these last 2. And I'm going to deconstruct a bunch of these weapon traps, and we're going to put them along this way right here. And force them in that way. Why can't I click things? A nice decontamination shower. I don't think dwarves believe in decontamination, but we can hope. I don't actually have any soap in the fort right now, so there actually isn't that much I can do for them. Oh, I see why it was set to use closest material. Weapon traps do weird things if you set them to use closest material. There we go. Apparently, my glassmaker has created a Tadleon, a green glass window, and claims it in the name of the family ancestor, Mebzuth Starboot, which, by the way, is a very good name. Starboot. I like Starboot. This is a green glass window. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round limestone cabochons and encircled with bands of nethercap. This object is adorned with hanging rings of green glass and limestone and menaces with spikes of green glass and limestone and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Caddy Chanstrades, the goblin, and Shady Ceilings, the dwarf in Plume Agate. Shady Ceilings is striking down Kadi. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Kadi Chanstrades by the zombie dwarf Shady Ceilings in paint found in the Royal Tooth in the late winter of 277 during Ulang Gurast, the crazed assault. On the item is an image of Einod, the dwarf in Sandpear Wood. Einod is cringing. The artwork relates to the witnessing of that trailer by Einod. The artwork relates to the crushing of the dwarf Einod under a collapsing ceiling in Meatpit in the autumn of 300. Whoops. Yep, we did that. You missed it by seconds? Well, I mean, the big duck clearly got it. Still missed it. Big duck, what kind of dwarf would you like? Also, hello, Claiborne. And Victor Leach, thank you very much for gifting out a tier 3 subscription.
Happy holidays to you.
God damn, dude.
Blind in chat. Dropping a lurk while I go out to celebrate. Yours in a cloud of smoke. C1 Aborn.
Thank you, Claiborne, for the 5th month. Welcome back. Any tavern dwarves? I do have a tavern keeper, I think. Unless they went and died. Yeah, I have a ton, the tavern keeper. That's weird. Why does mousing over them make a minecart appear?
Oh wow, has it been 55 months already?
Something like that. It's been a lot of months. And you seem to have just implied that, yes, it has in fact been 55, so it's a very large number of months, Wild Peak. Did it always do that? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I've never noticed it before. This dwarf is now known as the Big Duck. But okay, so seriously, Victor Leach, thank you very much for chucking in a tier 3 community sub. Claiborne, thank you very much for the 5th month. And thank you very much for the 5 + 5 months for 55 months from Wild Peak. If anybody happens to have a Prime sub, now's a good time to use it. You could hype train that. Do tavern keepers still make people drink until they get a little bit fighty? They've always done that and always will do that. That is a feature of tavern keepers. He is frequently depressed and in a constant state of internal rage, and he is not careful with resources when working on project and spends unnecessary effort and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He's been off for a bit due to vacation, business trip, COVID week. Okay. And COVID week. I like how a lot of people book time aside for getting sick now. It's just kind of the reality of the world. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He tends to be passive in discussions and is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He has a calm demeanor, and he likes a little excitement now and then, and repeatedly snaps his fingers when he's trying to remember something, and he stares intently when he's thinking. Jake the Snake Farmer, thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Sees competition as reasonably important and finds leisure time wasteful, doesn't really see the value in merrymaking, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes rutile, copper, and varisite, as well as pangolin tooth and red-winged blackbird parchment, and the color purple. Catapult parts and cows for their hunting moose, and giant slugs for their slime trails. And the words of the berries of serenity and the sound of the luxurious queen. When possible, prefers to consume papaya wine and hates mosquitoes. He's a very long beard, which is arranged in double braids. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, and his slightly rounded jade eyes are protruding. His narrow nose is short, and his eyelashes are extremely short. His hair is charcoal, and his skin is pale chestnut. Thank you very much for that little hype train. Cheers, Jake. Also, yes, 55. Splatterly about 55. Quality memes. Oh shit, we're down to 1 page finally. I need to check how much steel I have. 1 silver. Currently I have no steel. Well, that's unfortunate. I need iron though. So could smelt hematite or we could smelt limonite.
$25 months. Whoa.
Whoa! Digital Dingo, thank you very much for the 25th month. Appreciate you, dude. At tier 2. Big numbers. Chat, can I get a round of beers for those resubs and the little hype train? Cheers, guys. It's time to get the metalworks industry up and running again. I really need to just embiggen the metalworks industry. It's too small currently. Whoa. Boreas, thank you very much for checking out a gift sub. And Synth, 1900 with the 4th month. Welcome back, and thank you very much, Boreas. What's the longest consecutive sub for this channel? 70. There's about 5 people that have 70? Because I got a sub button the day all affiliates got sub buttons. Which was quite some time ago now. 70 months ago, in fact. No, last month was nice. Last month was 69 months, was the maximum. We're no longer nice, unfortunately. Last month was pretty nice, yeah. There's a steel short sword in there. We gotta get that out of there. what, break the record of 70 months. Free Old Boreas, thanks for gifting a sub to Squid Faced God. Challenge accepted. It's a lot of months you got to keep that up for. By the time somebody who subscribes today gets to 70 months, we'll be at 140 months. Oh boy. That's a lot of time. Like a goddamn long time. So you need a temple and a priest. Done this. Guess we could put a temple up here. But I also kind of don't want to put another one right there. We could put a temple in the upper layer above the library. That could be kind of nice. Chat, thank you very much for the little level 2 hype train with 8 subscriptions. Cheers. I think we're going to go up to there. Yeah, I got plenty of schist lying around. Makes your 37 months feel like nothing. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not joking when I tell people that I've been doing this for a long time. Like, I don't know. When it comes to, like, the majority of Twitch, I'm quite old. Like, when I look at my team as an example, it's basically just me and FG. We're the old ones. Everybody else is, like, me, FG, and Bellinaire are the old ones. And everybody else is, like, just... Everybody else is brand new as far as I'm concerned. As long as they keep the volume of the chants down. I mean, it's the Cobalt Doctrine, which I can move these extra bookcases down. Besides, I feel like dwarves spend a lot of time just meditating in the temples, which I would imagine would be quite quiet. You like the look of the schist floors? They do look quite nice. I think this is my first fort really messing with them. With mineral occurrence, are you looking at advanced world parameters or just the default ones? Because advanced world parameters can get a little fuzzy with almost everything. But if you're talking about like just normal, like when you just click generate a new world, I always leave it at sparse. It just kind of depends. Do you want to be like drowning in rare metals, or do you want hunting for metals to be a bit of a challenge? I like hunting for metals to be a bit of a challenge, so I set it to lower mineral occurrence because I think it's more fun. But at the end of the day, it's just totally up to you. Yeah, no, it's not fuzzy at all. It's fine. It's not fussy. You're not going to screw anything up by adjusting the default settings. But also, welcome to Dwarf Fort. Enjoy your stay. So which temple is this? This is, once again, the Cobalt Doctrine. New temple. The Cobalt Doctrine. They worship mountains. Cool. I remember when this didn't move being disturbed by its move-in at first. This didn't move being disturbed by its move-in. What? Sorry, Stone, but you're going to have to translate. What does that mean? Boreas, thank you very much for gifting a sub to the new guy. You love this community? You know, it's kind of funny. Pre-Steam launch, we used the way that that people used to describe the Dwarf Fortress community was we were anti-gatekeepy. Every now and again, I'd see people calling the Dwarf Fortress community gatekeepy, which I think is funny. I always described us as the anti-gatekeepers because, like, if you showed even a remote passing interest in Dwarf Fort, we would assault you with all of the Dwarf Fortress information that we could possibly get our hands on. So it's like, if you want to get like literally attacked by a community of people who like a video game, communicate with the Dwarf Fortress people, because we'll just be like, oh, you want to play our video game? Well, here's a billion resources on how to play it. And then people will be like, oh, that's still too much work. And we'd be like, oh, man. Was generally how it went. Oh, well, it's already got enough value in it. We'll recognize the temple and the priest. And none of the dwarves are named, so I think we'll give it to Deller up there. It's going to take him a minute to get over there. Why are... Oh, we're set to... Okay, it's just taking a moment for the game to assign jobs. Oh! I understand what you mean now. Yeah, the emote not waving. Yeah, I guess so. We haven't had animated emotes for that long, have we? Okay, well since that's done. I need more bedrooms. Where can I put them? I guess like just at the end here, hey? Let's do this. Along there. We can double this up too. Yeah, I grew up on ASCII games, so ASCII is just kind of like, it just makes sense to me. I don't know. Yeah, we need a lot of bedrooms. Like a lot of bedrooms. Fortunately, all these will be counted as double, because we can do the ceiling too. We'll let them cut all this out. Maybe Petsky? Petsky? What's a Petsky? Get good. Now, here's a step-by-step guide to getting good, and a video series on how to get good, and a list of ways on how to get gooder, and a bunch of memes that'll help you get really good. And you can bypass the parts of getting good by... And also, it doesn't matter if you get good, because you'll have fun regardless. Yeah, I want to know what a Petsky is. It's like tile art with pixel art's doing... Oh, okay, I know what you mean now. Okay. Yep, I know what you mean. It's just a funny term that I've never seen written like that before. Let's use schist. I think that's schist. Nope, never mind. That's slate. Not schist. It's all slate. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. And then just, like, nuke the middle. Also remove all of these ramps. It's 5 a.m.? Oh, God. Yeah, you should go to bed. You know, I stream for quite a long time, so you could, like, go to bed at normal hour, and then I'll probably be on when you wake up. Just saying, that might be a better way to go about doing things, but... How unsurprising. It's probably there to just eat the mosquitoes, or fruit flies, or house flies, or other flies. Spider good. Spider friend. As long as it's not a bitey spider. Then you don't get the pregame chill time? Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, that's like Australia, is it not? I would think. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't hit every single, you know, time zone. Don't get mosquitoes in here? Oh, but oh, fair enough. Glad you don't get mosquitoes. Mosquitoes get pretty bad here at certain times of the year. Yeah, it's funny. The intros to my streams are kind of divisive. Like, some people really don't like them. Some people are not a fan of, like, streamer just hanging out for, you know, an hour and a half listening to records and talking about nonsensical, unrelated garbage. Some people really don't like that, which I've always found kind of funny. But at the same time, for every person who doesn't like it, there's like a dozen people who really like it, who get really sad that they don't go longer. And I've got some people who are like, damn it, missed records. It's like kind of a common response that I'll get. As people are just like, God damn it, I missed records today. It's like, well, a lot of people were tuning out, okay? I had to go do something else. Like, I used to end my streams with like an hour and a half of records too, but stopped doing that a while ago. Came over from YouTube the other day and you were like, this is... Well, I mean, YouTube's the side hustle. Well, if you like the stuff I do on YouTube, I put more effort into the streams. Talking about playlists, you're grinding the community fortress and your tutorial stuff to get some ideas and thinking about making a huge pit and build a tower in the center. Hell yeah. Should fill that pit up with water too. Make a giant whirlpool that goes goosh, just dumps water everywhere. Good fun. That's all slate too. So slate all the way to the end. So we'll nuke out the middle. Best combo of game and streamer on Twitch? That's a very personal opinion, I think. There's plenty of people out there who have absolutely no interest in this game who think that this game is plenty boring. So, you kind of have to like Dwarf for it. And a certain level of nihilism. And to quote that one person that I got a comment from on YouTube once, I like your content, Blind, and the videos that you make, but I can never support you or watch your streams because of your problematic and dangerous opinions on religion. Hail Satan. Sorry, what? Something came over me there. Anyway, let's build more microcline wall floors. Amen. Yes, Berber. Precisely. You know, it's funny. There's a saying in Canada, which is if a thief runs into the woods, he'll be dead by morning. Not because of the bears. It's because the bugs will eat you alive. Here, it's not mosquitoes. It's deer flies, horse flies, and mosquitoes. It's like you want to die a horrible death. Hang out outside with deer flies. Oh, my God. If you don't have bug spray and you're in the forest here, you just die. It is awful. The mosquitoes can be really bad, but not...
Here's to problematic views.
I don't think that
Fine.
saying Hail Satan is problematic, but thank you very much for the $50, man. Happy 420, Jazz. We need to go get drinks again at some point. Religious people and atheist people need to have a much thicker skin. I was raised extremely religious. I know way too much about Catholicism and Christianity as a whole. So I actually have very, like, stable, nuanced takes on religion. I just don't because it's effort. And it's way easier to just say Hail Satan and watch people get mad. Also, I did give the Satanic Temple $20 once, so I'm practically a Satanist. Although that doesn't technically make me into a Satanist because they're not technically Satanists. But I have been to several Cradle of Filth shows, which is, also the same thing. Also, Cradle of Filth. Great music. That new album, pretty good, actually. In and around St. Louis, Imo, were the worst you've ever had to deal with. Last summer in October, I went camping, and we watched the Celebration of Light from the mountains, which are like the fireworks festival that happens here, which was really cool. Highly recommend doing that if you live in the greater Vancouver area, is go up Mount Seymour and hike up Dog Mountain and watch the Celebration of Light from up there. But I made the mistake of not putting bug spray. Yeah, there's new cradle. New cradle as of like 2 months ago. I forgot to put bug spray on my ankles. My ankles were like twice the size they're supposed to be by the time I got back home the next day. It was something else. I didn't even realize how bad it was until like I got home. It was horrific. If you gifted 100 subs here, does that make you a blindist? That would imply that I'm leading some sort of religion or something. So I don't think it's got anything to do with that. And no, I have not started a religion, and please don't like treat this as a religion. It is not a religion. I'm not Tom Cruise. Do not accuse me of being like Tom Cruise. I am a better person than that. Currently. Ask me again in 10 years. Maybe I will have changed my mind. Selling pizzas on top? No. No, this is a mountain that you backpack up. Although there is actually a pub up there, down by the ski hill, but not where I go. We leave the ski hill. There's too many like nincompoops down there. So we hike like 15 kilometers up, stay at the top of the mountain on Third Peak, and stare at the city from up there. It's quite nice. Very quiet. But if you start a cult, hit me up. There is so much fake cult propaganda of this stream from a couple of years ago. I don't know if Hobo's still here, but... There definitely is... Cult memes are pretty common on Twitch. Insects avoid him? What about being Icelandic stops insects from biting you? Also, why is, like, game not unpausing? Grumble. Oh, wow, they're actually seeking a parlay? I might just lock them out. Actually, how big is this army? Could probably win, but I'm more concerned about the stuff in the caverns. And frankly, the surface of this map kind of... What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to build a wall in here. For right now. Oh shit, this works. I never actually checked. Let's see if this stops it. Also, it's going too fast. Because, This is staying down, so I need this to go at a slower speed. Testing things. All right. Let's lock the dwarves inside with everybody assigned. Yes, this includes you, kiddo. No, dwarves are anarcho-communist, so nothing is paid for by anybody. A throne was toppled by a ghost. That seems bad. Do you, mind? Dwarf, you should just, like, go inside, please. Anytime this year. Be very nice of you. You could do such a thing. Otherwise, I'm going to end up launching you into space. Grumble. Well, technically I have DF hack installed, but content-wise, the game is vanilla. But DF hack isn't technically a mod. It's more of a tool suite. It's got more in common with like using a trainer than a mod. Space dwarfs? Well, more like splat dwarfs. Assign child to the lever? No, I mean, I got other dwarves that need to walk in first, so. I mean, the goblins are all just waiting on the parlay, so. I mean, we're fine. Okay, we are getting that memorial done. Oh, as I was naming them, to assign them to the lever, they went off and left. We're just going to ignore the siege. I don't think they can get into my fort, but if they can, we'll fight them. All right, so this should be blocked. Keyword here is should. Yeah, they shouldn't be able to get into that. Shouldn't. Keyword here is shouldn't. So I think they were making that out of microclimb. Nope, maybe not. Nope, they haven't done it yet. You love the exterior? What of this fort? Just this? The big old hole? I mean, this is all Dwarf made. I made this hole. Didn't pack pickaxes. Currently, they can't dig, no. Some point in the future, they will be able to dig, though. And that's a moment I am terrified of. Individual combat drill. At least you're happy about being near it. I need more mugs. I've seen 2 dwarves in the last 10 minutes who are upset about having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug, so might as well make them more mugs. You are taking 10,000 years to do this. Ah, no, it's just to dig out the big hole. Just dig the big hole. I mean, like, if you want to accidentally crush dwarves constantly, yeah, you could cut out the edges and let it fall. But no, I just dug a big hole. Just channel. Start channeling. It's quite effective. Quite fast, too. You'll end up with stuff collapsing way more often than not. Interrupted by Goblin Axemen. Oh, that seems bad. Yep, never mind. They certainly do have a way up. We have to fight them. Apparently, my dwarves can get out. Yeah. How? Okay, I guess that's connected. Boy. Hey. Where are the goblins at? Where are the goblins at? All right, dwarves. There was a glitch in our defenses. That's okay. We can win this. How big is the enemy siege? That's not so bad. Just a bunch of really angry goblins. It's fine. Aegis here is running away. I would too. I'm not actually sure how they're getting... Oh, wow. They literally have to walk to the end? Up? Ha? Okay. So... This was poorly planned out by me. We did lose a dwarf. Huh. Very poorly planned out by me. I'm going to station my military down here. I've lost 2 dwarves already. This seems bad. Well, I guess we get to fix this. That's our next real project, is fixing this. Run away there, dwarf. Seems wise. Oh, boy. Nobody named, but we did lose a bunch of dwarves. Or a handful, I would say. There's more dwarves stuck outside that they're fighting with, because apparently this is a hole in my wall. So we'll have to fix this. There's a ton of goblins coming down this way. I'm not even sure how. Uh-oh. I'm going to station one of my squads over here. Move them over to this side. It appears that Cybrek is fighting his way through it. There's no more Cybrek. Cybrek's now dead. How many dwarves have I lost? Good lord. Ay. That's a bleeding goblin hammerman. What's funny is, like, this actually isn't, or shouldn't be the end of the fort by any stretch. But the game seems to think it is. Let's remove this down. How skilled is your dwarf? You're legendary. You've been in many squads over the years. Like, your dwarf migrated from previous fort, so. But, I mean, the problem here is, because there was a hole in the side right there, that, I don't know, I didn't know it was there. Because there was a hole in my defenses, a lot of the, oh yeah, no, the invaders are leaving now. We've already won. Because there was a hole in my defenses, when I turned the burrow off, all the dwarves went running out. So most of these deaths, actually almost all of these deaths, are dwarves that got stuck outside and couldn't get back in. So. Well, fortunately, I still have plenty of coffins. And it's free spears I can use in weapon traps. And also free armor and other things. I did lose some soldiers, though, which sucks. I don't care about no stupid reindeer bull. The problem is this fort just can't catch a goddamn break. It's like, it's either massive army from the basement or massive army on the surface. And it's like, I can't apparently catch a break from that. Well, I guess this means we gotta... Wait, where the fuck did they get in? Like, I guess they just... Yeah, they just walked in right there. Okay, well, let's just fill that up with something. Open front gate, though. I've also just got ghosts bloody everywhere, apparently. Wait, no, not you. I love it when the game starts playing the death spiral music, though, especially when it's, like, not really a death spiral. Like, we're fine. This kind of sucks, but we're fine. You have your share of ghosts. What, because you've been invaded by the undead? I mean, yeah, that'll do it. That is also a lot of blood on the top of the wall. Well, I guess we've painted the walls red. Stone carver's been put to rest. Well, that's good. There's a book here. What's this? Written on the item is a one-page manual entitled The Contradiction Theory, authored by Meng. It concerns the method of proof, and contradiction. Cool. All right, well, I need to put in another rollers, which I'm going to put down at slowest speed because it was going too fast the last time. Meaning, instead of working in a functional manner, it wasn't letting the what's it called? The pressure plate come back up. So I have to run it slower. Well, dwarves get crafts they like out of bins. Dwarves have a chance to claim crafts that they want to keep when they're moving it from one bin to another, but it needs to be being moved from one bin to another. Otherwise, they won't get the opportunity. Well, that kind of blows. Gimli's been found dead, apparently. Same with Baka Glass. Yeah, I don't know. That sucks. I really, really wish that I'd known about this blockage, but oh well. Not much I can do about it now. Gimli has the worst luck. I don't know about that. He's named Gimli. That's pretty good. Let's build a retracting bridge right here and a retracting bridge right here. And use those as scaffolds. Are they in conflict with something? What are they in conflict with? There's apparently fighting going on, and I'm not sure what's fighting. Nope. Not my dwarves. Is there somebody tantruming? See what happens if the combat logs pop up again. Yes, you are still mayor. You defer responsibility of this glaringly obvious security flaw to someone else. You mean the captain of the guard? or just streamer, because you could just defer it to streamer directly. I wouldn't judge you for that. Man, they are real bad at just burying dwarves, turns out. Okay, you guys need to go get your weapons. Because I do have enough short swords. You just need to go equip them. And for some reason, my squads are deciding to not equip their short swords. So go equip your goddamn short swords, you lazy twits. Why is there so much blood? Most of it's been cleaned up. If that helps. I don't know if that helps, but I hope it does. But like I said, most of it's been cleaned up. It's fine. It's totally fine. Everything is under control mostly. And nobody's going to die in the next 10 seconds. So. Because fun. Sure, yes, that. No, I will not drive a diamond away. I will put a diamond in my pocket and sell it because diamonds are valuable. All right. Well, I guess we'll just do this way. Gotta get all these body parts out of here. But yes, also what Jazz said. Jazz just told a story in 5 emotes. It's a pretty good story, frankly. Did you cancel that again? I suppose they did. Please construct that and rebuild it. There we go. We just need this finished. I've got a goblin bard and an elven butcher. Peddler? Yeah, sure. An elven peddler butcher visiting. Did it break? No, it just never got constructed. I guess somebody canceled it or something. But someone should come kick this. Currently, it's working. Just waiting for a dwarf to come here and kick this. I may need to make the whole track longer, though. Or slow it down again. Okay, now it works. See how the little pressure plate there pops up? Let's just make sure it doesn't stop. It might actually stop. It's going too slowly now. A blob composed of snow. Oh no! Aspid, Nogosolaspid has come. A great blob composed of snow. It has a stubby tail and it squirms and fidgets. Oh no, whatever shall we do? I might tell a child to go slap it. We had a blob show up and immediately run into a bunch of cavern dwellers and then die. I don't think we're going to be that lucky with this one. The snowman. Frosty's gone bad. It's only one portion of Frosty, you know? Volunteer stuff, Warsim, Hyperfixation, and a highly anticipated game release, Mage Seeker. Oh, fair enough. I'm not even gonna tell anybody to attack this thing. I'm curious to see what happens if it touches one of my weapon traps. Although, actually, no, those are on the upper level. Okay, fine. We'll let someone get an easy kill. Frosty the Snowman is here for vengeance. More like Aspid Mine Caverns is here for vengeance. A blob composed of snow might not even be able to hurt a dwarf. Oh no, it is moving towards a dwarf, though. That is truly terrifying. Can someone please smack it? Slap it? Whack it? Break it? Kick it with a shoe? Oh no, the military missed it. Guys, these... You goofballs. Ah, there we go. And done. Seems like the Zulban got it. Would you be able to claim a hunter? I only have one and they're already named. You could have a trapper if you want. I don't know if I would recommend it, though. I could give another dwarf the hunting tasks, but hunting is not exactly a wanted task. Do you want a beard or no beard? I've got two trappers, one with a beard and one without a beard. The one without a beard is much happier than the one with a beard. Forgot the snow cone. Alrighty, well, I'll give you the one with the beard then, but he's not happy. And Fragrance is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will just leave things strewn about without a care. Sounds like my ex. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and he lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he has an active imagination. He is quick to anger, and he is in the face of imminent danger, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally values cunning. He likes tin glaze, zinc, picture jasper, pomelo wood. Boreas, thanks for gifting out another sub. Pomelo wood and maces and tortoise shell and buckets and blue peafells for their enormous fantails. Flax plants for their flowers and the sound of the lacy phrases and the sight of the adoration of butterflies. And when possible, prefers to consume rat and yellow bullhead and amaranth beer and absolutely hates snails. You hate snails for some reason. His medium-length beard is neatly combed. Sideburns are clean-shaven. His long mustache is his very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his nose is hooked. His ears are extremely tall, and he has a round chin, and his slightly close-set bronze eyes are slightly rounded, and his hair is charcoal, and his skin is brown. And also, check out this mess. Man, gotta clean up that well. Pretty badly, eh? Then up here, we're going to build another wall. This should stop this from being a problem again. I did not clean that well. I see what you did there. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, 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 ha. Circle of Blood is your new death metal band? I mean, it sounds like a death metal band. So I need one faster, but I also need to add a little bit more onto this route. So what we're going to do, because it goes, but then it slows down a bit much. So we're going to pull this lever so that nobody gets hit by the wooden thingy. 'Cause, 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 'cause Goblin body, you can get dump it again. Can also deconstruct this. And now we can deconstruct this. Okay, so hopefully that will solve the sneaky guys coming in the side that they shouldn't be problem. We're also going to throw down another flat bridge here. Just going to go all the way over to here, which we're just going to make out of local blocks, and then we're going to bridge off all of this. Oh boy. We really need to work on keeping these doors happy. If only we could just have a break between sieges for a little bit, because God. Because otherwise we are going to fall into tantrum spirals like chat was suggesting yesterday. You recently reached the level of an empire and now you're gearing up to fight the demons. Your army is pretty cracked and you're worried because you know the demons are super powerful. In case anyone was in chat, the Mage Seeker is a new League of Legends spinoff. Yeah. The League of Legends spinoffs, like I kind of have to say hats off to Riot for actually like doing a good job with that shit. It's weird. It's weird saying that Riot is doing something good, but like paying people to make games about League of Legends that aren't League of Legends is a surprisingly good idea because League of Legends is well, League of Legends. So it's a good thing that they're making games that aren't League of Legends out of League of Legends. Or paying people to make games using League of Legends characters, I guess. Because nobody in their right mind should inflict League of Legends upon themselves. Like, that's a level of self-harm that many people just shouldn't jump to. If you make nicer rooms than they currently have, will they reassign themselves? No, you have to, well, I mean, if you remove the zones for the old rooms, yeah. But no, we just don't have enough bedrooms is the actual problem. Like, these are all dwarves that, all of the dwarves that currently aren't listed as having quarters don't have quarters. So I'm trying to get everybody roomed, and then we're just going to try and focus on making them happier. I need slate, not schist here. That was your noob question for the day? Ah, that's fine. You're allowed to ask noob questions. Everybody's a noob at this game once. Oh, schist. Yes. Haha. Funny joke. Moving on. There's no... oh, I see. They just haven't constructed it yet. I was like, there's no floor there, but they what? There's actually just a door there. Sometimes this shit gets too visually confusing with the multi-Z level view stuff. It's almost like seeing a single view in some cases can be easier to determine. But, you know, here we go. But no, we just need to deal with ghosts and improve general happiness. That or I just need to mass expel a bunch of dwarves. We need to do one of those two. I might just mass expel a bunch of dwarves because, like, 21 upset dwarves is going to be hard to recover. I don't know. I mean, I still learn things. Chat still teaches me things, and I have thousands and thousands of hours on this game, so... I mean, you're always learning. You're always learning. And some games cause you to be learning more than others. Yeah, like, look at this. This is brutal. All of these upset dwarves. Let's make silk crafts. Let's do 500. Let dwarves go make crafts. Guilds are extremely powerful. It's so funny. Like, guilds are one of those things that when they were added to the game originally back in 2020, I had to yell at some of the old players to try them. Because they're just like, oh, I don't want to make these stupid, keep too many stupid guilds. Like, the number of times I had to explain to people, it's like, make a guild. Why? They literally fix everything about your dwarf. Guilds are super powerful. Not to mention extremely helpful. And the best way to keep dwarves sane. Yeah, I don't know. I have a very hard time actually giving a shit about anything that Riot Games does, Al, to the point where I do my best to ignore that Riot Games does things. But it is nice that that exists for people who like that. Even if I'm very much not the target audience. I just have a really hard time caring, even passively. Or even pretending to care. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just not for me. League of Legends lore was always just bad, and I don't have any interest in them trying to make it better. League of Legends lore exists to have just be excuses for why character designs exist. That's it. And personally, I wish that there was just more new IP out there that was funded by big studios. Like, I wish Riot Games would go out and give studios money to go make cool shit not based on their IP, but, you know, here we are. That would actually have me interested. If they were just like, hey, we're gonna fund cool indie games. That would be awesome. Like, they are funding cool indie games, but it's like with the caveat of, but you have to use terrible League of Legends characters. It's like, what if you just, like, didn't? All right, well, we got more Batman, which means there's probably also more amphibian men as well. But they'll hit my traps. Okay, there's a bunch of Batmen down there. They appear to be moving. At least they're not mounted. Running in the dwarves once again. Also, Boreas, we'll see when we see you, dude. Sorry if I missed you. I probably super duper did, but... Demons haven't left the portal yet. For anybody who's wondering what game Al's talking about, they're talking about the game War Sim, The Realm of Azlona. Well, once again, dudes mounted on giant toads. We've got our militia commander fighting all on his own lonesome, or all on her lonesome. She's in a martial trance now. She's got 16 other kills, as well as one notable. The one notable is a forgotten beast, of course. Has probably accumulated a few more since then. Hopefully he's not injured. Nope, just tired. Moving up and past. Takes out yet a few more bat folk. Yep, no, that's definitely a very Jebediah thing to do. Must have been a pissed off dwarf. If they immediately went and tantrumed. Hold up. There's this bat person right here. Oh, there's several, actually. Actually, just going to station them right here. The concept of bat people riding giant bats is just very funny to me. Be like a horse riding a horse. Or like a human just riding a different human. Instead of like driving a car. Military, where'd you run off to? Thought I told you to station down here. Being very inconvenient and slow. Waiting for more combat logs to pop up. Haven't seen any. Oh, this dwarf's about to die. Yep, there goes Alice. Assassinated by 3 bat people because my military didn't get there in time. You literally have been told for how long now, military? There's how many of you in this squad? 8 of you? No one could be asked to walk over here and save these dwarves from uncertain demise? Well, that's a shame. Truly soul-crushing, even. Run away, Ficod! Run away, Ficod! Or don't. Salary would probably be cheaper than car ownership? And what planet? That is... Unless you're, like, stupidly underpaying people. Absolutely not. I mean, a car's like 30 grand, or if you get a used one, you can get one for a couple $100 even. Even with insurance and whatnot on top of it, it's not that expensive to own a car. Whereas somebody's salary is... For a decent salary, you're looking at way more than that. So... there's definitely fun happening here, unfortunately. I am this close to just removing cavern dwellers entirely from the video game. Like, they are not fun to fight. All right, well, 2 more dwarves dead. Cool. I don't know. Fort kind of sucks. Like, honestly, Fort kind of sucks. I am so fucking tired of having to deal with cavern invaders. It's gotten real old. It was fun for a bit when they first added them, when this version first came out, but it's gotten super old. I mean, gas prices should go up, but it didn't read as a joke about gas prices. It just kind of read as a joke about how we're not paying people enough, which, I don't know. I don't think that was your intention, but that's how it came across on my end. To which I can definitely retort, you should be paying somebody more than the cost of a car as their salary. Well, they are still working on that. No, because those aren't invaders. I'm actually just going to completely disable cavern invaders. I'm going to do that. Because they were added into the game, really, in this version. And they desperately need a rebalance. They were also one of the biggest causes of save corruption crashes right after this version released. Cavern Dweller, 0. Maximum, 0. There we go, done. No more Cavern Dwellers for a while. If they didn't stealth onto the map and they actually sieged, I wouldn't mind. It's the fact that they stealth onto the map, it's like, come on, just stop it. They're not even a fun invasion force to deal with. Forgotten Beasts are enough of a threat already, and I'll keep the Forgotten Beasts. Just tired of dealing with bat people on giant frogs for a little bit. I'll turn them back on after a while, but 4 sieges a year is a bit much right now. I just want time to build my fort. Yeah, well, that's what any enemy will do if you just wall them off. The difference is, like, if you just wall off normal sieges, they will leave after a while, right? The cavern dwellers just don't. right? So it doesn't matter. Like, if you do wall them off, there's no actual benefit. They don't leave. They just continue to dogpile into the fort, right? So eventually you'll have, like, there was one fort I had where, like, the frame rate was real low, and I went and checked the DFAC, and it was like, oh, there's 800. There's 800 amphibian men just, like, in the corner of the map. It's like, I beg your fucking pardon? It's like, well, that explains where my frames went. I would rather just have way more gremlins showing up. That would be fun. I'd be super down for just more gremlins. But no, all this is really doing is tanking my moods and keeping these dwarves happy a pain, so. Okay, well, this is all done up here, so I can go all the way across here. I can extend my wall. I can go all the way around. You went from 12 FPS to 80 to 90? Good lord. Yeah, I don't know. To me, like, it feels like the Cavern Invaders in their the way they are right now, was added into the game because Zach and Tarn felt that they needed to compete with RimWorld's meanness, which this game doesn't need to. It's not what makes this game good. Also, investments are open if you want to throw your tickets into the grinder. Also, hey, Dan's Labyrinth, what's up, dude? What makes DF good is the sheer fucking magnitude one can do once adventure mode is out. Yeah, well, I do think it's genuinely a shame that a lot of people have completely experienced Dwarf Fort with absolutely no, what's the word? A lot of people have experienced Dwarf Fort now with absolutely no idea what they're missing out on for adventure mode. Which is kind of a shame, but also, you know, kind of makes sense. Get all that done. We've pulled all those bits out of the wall, meaning I can put this back in. I can refortify these later if I want to. Like with all things DF, get excited for adventure mode, but don't get too excited. It's still Dwarf Fort. Quarks, warts, and all. I like the new boulders. They look nice. Still just exist to be smoothed, but they do look nice. A lot of stuff that needs to be unforbidden, so let's unforbid a bunch of stuff. Just throwing out tons of arrows and random leather crap, stuff we don't need. All this stuff we don't need. But no, the thing that I'm really looking forward to is what Putnam was talking about. And I've talked about this quite a bit, but I'm really, really, really looking forward to that SDL2 stuff. I was kind of just indifferent on it, like, yeah, whatever. Like, it'll make the game perform better, and whatnot. Like, I wasn't too concerned about it. And then like she was just saying, "Oh yeah, no, we're gonna get a 80% frame rate increase." It's like, okay. Tarn's apparently traveling right now again. The baby's update is supposed to be out proper, if not like the end of this week, then next week. Which is the one that's currently in beta, and supposedly the patch after that will go into beta within a reasonable amount of time of the next one. Oh no, your numbers. That's fine. Sure, I burn out quick on DF a number of ways, but I know that once adventure mode's out, you're probably going to see how well you could keep Cowdy Man happy. Well, adventure mode plays well with fortress mode, right? Like the way you're uh-oh, I need drinks. The way you're kind of supposed to be messing around with fortress mode is like, or adventure mode is when you're done doing stuff in fortress mode, you then go play adventure mode for a bit and then you swap back and forth. SDL2. Graphics compatibility. As an idiot who doesn't understand how computers work. Long story short, it should, according to Putnam, make frame rate get 80% better. That and multi-threaded temperatures is apparently going to make its way into the main game, which is also kind of bonkers. But I know that in order for there to be a Mac OS patch and a Linux OS native build for the current version, it needs SDL2. Putnam might be the best thing to happen to DF. I think DF selling, 600,000 copies was the best thing to happen to DF, actually. That's just my humble opinion. I think Dwarf Fortress selling 600,000 copies might have something to do with it. This is going to be a long save file, by the way. Or save. Actually, since the game is saving, and it's probably going to do this for another minute, I'm going to go grab my lunch. I will be back momentarily. Not to be a big meanie, but everything you're saying is wrong. First off, Putnam's a she. Lich King of Dead. Second thing, it sold 600,000 copies and not 60,000 copies. And no, the vast majority of those are new players. Far and away vast majority. I just grabbed my lunch, I ate some rice, and now I'm eating a granola bar. We're waiting for the game to save. It takes a while. This world is a mess. It's decided that I have adventurers. I don't. Which is really strange. Hey, casual. What's up? Best go get new food. Lich King of Dead. But yeah, Putnam's a she, and Dwarf Fortress has sold 650,000 copies, not 60, and the vast majority of those are new players. Oh, absolutely. When we get a new fort, I am generating a new world because there's something weird going on in this one. Yeah, no, it's a known bug right now, and they have no idea what's causing it. But they don't hang like yours. No, I mean it's literally was confirmed half a second ago that somebody else gets it. So, like, no, it's not a unique to me thing. It's a known bug. And like I said previously, oh yeah, no, it's all good. Very good. But no, it's certainly not something that's unique to me. It's just a weird bug. I wonder if it starts to happen if you play a lot of forts in the same world. I wonder if the game is. This is just me speculating. It's probably wrong. I wonder if it's considering adventure data to be dwarves moving from fort to fort that are named or something. Because there are a lot of named dwarves that are not in my fort that are in this world. What'd you miss? We got invaded. Battle Force of Darkness. A bunch of dwarves got stuck outside. So, normal stuff. Normal things. I mean, there is 7 forts in this world. But yeah, I don't know. I miss the ASCII and the old UI. I'm one of those people. But I play with the new one because it's what people want to watch. But right now I'm just sitting here and wondering, when will it just finally crash and corrupt my save file? That's what I'm truly wondering. But I had another save file previously in this version with 12 forts, and I didn't have this problem, so I don't know. I highly doubt it. I don't know. It just seems like some weird anomalous thing that just like starts to happen at some point. Am I wondering? It's me wondering out loud. I don't really think in my head when I'm streaming. I just think out loud. Which is not always a good thing, but which is also why I can sometimes come across as like being a dick to people, because it's just like me thinking out loud at chat, which isn't necessarily a positive thing, but Ba-da, 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 ba. Not really, because I prefer to finish the fort. But it didn't. Lich King of Dead. I don't think we are the same. I don't think we are the same, and I never said that I was alone. We are very different. But okay. What was I working on? Checking bedroom numbers. No problems, be vigilant. Mine for gold and other valuables? Settle somewhere with gold. If you don't have gold on your map, you settled somewhere without gold. So is there a good way to mine for gold? Yeah, settle somewhere with gold. It's not just this is how you do it. It's you have to settle somewhere with it. No, see, here's the difference, right? I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking at chat. But the way I do that for 8 to 10 hours straight is by thinking out loud. What's the issue with the world again? I don't know. It gets stuck in saving for 10 minutes at a time. And this is not compressed saves. What's the issue? I don't know. It's that simple. I genuinely do not know. If I did, I would have fixed it. There is a bug that makes saving take forever. That's all I know. What is the actual issue? Don't know. Thank you, Q and Green Tea. Might as well give the kids quarters now, since we're trying to give everybody quarters. No nickels or dimes, just quarters. I also would like to give everybody a statue in these quarters and other things. You look forward to enjoying the tea from the mug from Blind? Well, I'm sure it'll operate just as any other mug would. Maybe once Zach has moved into his new house, I'll send him some mugs. You got to get on that mug game too? Well, today only, if you use the code HAPPY420, the word happy and then the numbers 420, you can get a 5% discount on my merch store. It's a great deal, really. Because happy Weed Day to those who celebrate. All right, back up to the surface. Most of the bits and pieces are all gone, which is nice. Meaning we don't have to worry about the dwarves getting as stressed instantly upon seeing dead things. Okay, those are all suspended. Why are they all suspended? Probably because I can't get to it, if I had to bet. Let's say go right here. Give them stairs up to here. It is, in fact, Happy Weed Day, yes. I mean, it's a more legitimate holiday than plenty of other fake holidays, so... At least it's a cultural holiday now. Instead of, like, just like, hey, let's celebrate the fact that we're Criminals Day. Although I don't know if weed necessarily qualifies as cultural, but I like to think it does. Yeah, don't do things that are illegal, be vigilant. Certainly not worth it. Although for years here, pre-legalization, when it was still criminalized, it was kind of a you can't arrest us all sort of thing. So on April 20th, everybody would just go downtown and light up. It was very much a you can't arrest us all. So... But fortunately, we live somewhere where you can protest peacefully and do stuff like that, and they won't just arrest you for smoking a joint in public on 420. Was that an intentional explosion that SpaceX did? Or accidental? Thanks, Fido, for the $4.20. You know, in regards to the rocket blowing up for SpaceX, I realized that happened this morning because it was trending on Twitter. It's like, the first thing I saw when I woke up today was just, oh, SpaceX rocket exploding. Cool. That's interesting. Rocket did a few cartwheels? Well, I mean, at least it got style points. They should give that rocket a medal. For, like, some sort of gymnastics award. It didn't explode. No, it was rapid unplanned deconstruction or whatever the fuck. Apparently I got some new migrants, so they brought pets. What a shame. It's 120 multi-million kilogram cartwheel sure sounds medal-worthy. I mean, you try doing a backflip with that amount of body weight. Like, Jesus. Pax Mac, hello. It wasn't supposed to do that. They were pretty sure it was something would go wrong, and it was pretty fun. Okay. I mean, good for them. Fortunately, there was no people in it, so thus we can go, yay, explosions. It's when there's people in the explosions that we can't go, yay. You got your shirt and you're so happy? Hell yeah. Which one did you get? I can't keep track of who's bought what. The plan was for the vehicles to be smashed into the ocean anyways? Well, I mean, okay. Sounds like it's a good thing it exploded in midair then. Not enough garbage in the ocean already. No, they'd probably go get it, but still. The fish clearly didn't deserve that. Oh, you got the new... You're right, yes, okay. That was the one that you got. You know, you're one of 2 people, I think, that has that. It's the least common shirt that I have. The Gremlin Master one. That design is awesome. Cooler did a great job on it, though. It exploded over the ocean. All right, never mind. I'm no longer excited about this explosion. The poor fish. I made schist walls instead of shirt walls. Oopsies. Yeah, the exclusive rare t-shirt club. I think I'm going to make a big ol' weapons stockpile up here. Just as a place to get rid of stuff, because I clearly need a weapons stockpile somewhere, and I currently just don't have one. There's a dead cat right there. That's suboptimal. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games that's filled with words, VoxTuberson, that you never hear read aloud and just see written. So I don't know about you guys, chat, but I always catch myself, like, mispronouncing things in Dwarf Fort. That I'm just like, I should know how to say this, but I definitely super do not. Like, realistically, there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fort that I very much should know how to say. But I don't. I mean, Stone Sense sucks and crashes a lot, and you probably shouldn't be playing with it anyway, so not your biggest concern. You're gonna go eat a banana? Bananas are good. You should go eat a banana. Although, at the same time, Stone Sense is a free plugin made by volunteers, so if it annoys you, go make a water texture for it. Because they still take contributions, so if it actually annoys you, go fix it. I looked this up on Google because I wanted to figure it out, and from what I can tell, it's something along the lines of bituminous, or as Tekid calls it, bituminous. Yeah, I don't know. Then don't complain if you're lazy. When it comes to open source projects, don't complain. Unless you want to fix it yourself, in which case then fix it. What's up, Death? You died. You got killed by a goblin army. Melville has claimed a clothes shop. Because you can now redeem another one, apparently. What kind of dwarf would you like this time? Approximately. I would honestly just say the most depressed dwarf and see if you survive, because depression is rampant in this fort currently. You want the most sad dwarf? The most sad dwarf is actually a religious leader. The sacred canyon of the Cobalt Doctrine. Death is often sad and dejected. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and she likes to brawl. She could be considered rude and enjoys the company of others. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and finds this troubling, since she values perseverance and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She often feels lustful and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and when she's nervous, she drums her fingers and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and deeply dislikes competition, finds artwork boring, and sees war as a useful means to an end, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. She likes sulfurite, bronze, clear zircon, lorikeet, leather, donkey hoof, giant russet, the sound of the russet meadow, and giant earthworms for their awesome presence. And when possible, prefers to consume When she prefers to consume rice beer, honeybee, royal jelly, and absolutely hates fire snakes. You like giant worms, which is an interesting one. She is corpulent, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her slightly rounded bronze eyes are close set. Her nose is hooked. Her ears are somewhat tall, and her hair is black, and her skin is dark brown. There we go. Speaking of alcohol in the working day, I haven't had any, and I'm working today. Don't you accuse me of things. Unless you're claiming you're getting alcohol for the working day, in which case, more power to you. Don't get fired. How are we doing on doctors? I'm going to check something. Let's set this to everybody does this. This dwarf definitely needs assistance. Hospital in this fort kind of sucks. Also, we're running low on drink, so I'm going to go out here and gather all these. I'm assuming it means we're probably just low on, actually, hold on. Ah, that's not helping. I've lost too many dwarves, chat. You work in constructions, you wait till the end of the day. You like your limbs? Yeah, no, totally. That would be a good way to lose limbs. Good way to get injured would be to be drinking at work in that case. All right, let's go to traps. Upright spikes. These are hard to see. You have to manually assign them to collect refuse on the surface. There is a standing order set. Under standing orders, you go to refuse and dumping. Gather outdoor remains and gather outdoor refuse is set to ignore by default. Can I smooth these? Remove that? I think I can. More effectiveness, more damage. In regards to the number of weapons in the weapon trap. There we go. One more chunk to do. What's that? If I need to extend it more, I will. What is this I'm making? An automatic switch. It's been a while, though, so I got the distance wrong initially. So you see this? This is a pressure plate. Minecart hits the pressure plate. So when the minecart hits the pressure plate, it collapses. Uh-oh, we got a Weaver throwing a tantrum. Convict him. So we wait for them to come collect this. But fortunately, the number of super depressed dwarves has dropped, so that's been pulled now. They come up here and they place the minecart here, and then they give it a kick. And then it should just spin around in circles around this, ideally. And then we can stop it with the lever on the drawbridge. And then what we can do is we can set it up so that, let's see, does it go fast enough? See? So that causes it to reset up there. It's not quite going fast enough. So I need to see how far this makes it. Okay, what I actually need to do is just increase the speed of this slightly. So I'll just deconstruct that. We'll increase the speed of it by 1. Maybe extend it a little bit. Let's go up. So we were on this speed. Let's go on this speed. I just need to wait for them to come and deconstruct it. And then reconstruct it. But yeah, when it comes to traps with weapons in them, more weapons equals less chance to break, less chance to fail, essentially. Let's see if that's enough. But essentially what's going to end up happening is I'm going to be connecting all of these spikes to these. All of these spikes here, these upright spikes, are going to be connected to that. So what's going to end up happening eventually is I'm just going to have a big old spike pit. That is, you know, going to be stabbing up and down repeatedly. And hopefully squishing and destroying anything that, you know, it needs to. Let's get rid of all of this stuff. I will keep the bolts, but everything else can go. Bars, we have iron, silver, copper, pig iron, and 2 steel. I need more iron. A big old stabber pit. Yeah, pretty much. Number of depressed dwarves is dropping, which is good. Not sure where this war dog came from. We did just get some new migrants, so maybe some of them will be... Let's just swap you from sword specific to just metal armor. Makes assigning people easier. You're an adept mace dwarf. I will trust you. You're an axe dwarf. We'll take you. You're a mace dwarf. We'll take you. Down to here. You're a novice fighter. We'll take you. And you're a novice hammer dwarf. We'll take you. I'm going to leave that squad as is, and we're going to make a new squad. It's also just going to be a metal armor squad. How do I loop the cart forever? I'm using a roller, which is connected to a windmill, and that is powering it. So essentially, it just runs in circles. So it just needs to be kicked once, and then the dwarves ignore it from that point forward. As long as it keeps moving, the dwarves ignore it. If it slows down and stops, the dwarves will then go in and make it move again. It's a pretty effective little method of having an infinite switch. If you don't have, like, you know, a handy-dandy little vampire around to lock next to a lever or something. Let's see, how much stuff do they have? Wow, they basically have everything they need. That's good. Some of them even have shoes. Look at that. Absolute madness. But also, let's see if it's moving fast enough and far enough. Okay, currently it's going too fast. So the problem is like, this switch doesn't have time to pop up again. So it's actually going too fast. I should pull this to stop it. I need to slow it down, but make the slower speed roller longer is what I need to do. So it hits that and it stops. We can deconstruct this. Avos is throwing a tantrum. Seems like it's a cold case now. Convicts. Avo's got no punishment? That seems odd. Speedy cart of dead? Well, I mean, the cart's not going to be killing people. Good day, Raccoon. How's things? So that was middle speed. We're going to put it down to this speed, and I'm going to make this longer. After they're done deconstructing it. Okay, so now I can just pop up here. We can pull the lever again. So it should go slower, but hopefully it doesn't get stuck this time. That is massively untrue. I've definitely seen dwarves turn into red mist just by getting hit by a wooden minecart that's empty. So, very much untrue. And also, even metal minecarts aren't exactly deadly. Horses and large animals stop them. So any mounted soldiers will just stop them. All right. Also, trolls can stop them. So, but now it's working. I could also use this as a garbage dump. Should I use this as a garbage dump, chat? What do you think? Because I could also hook this up to a garbage dump, meaning it would just constantly be lowering, raising. Actually, it might launch garbage. I don't. Yeah, actually, no, never mind. Because I don't have the ability to dig stairs. I don't really want to do that. So no, I'm not going to use that for a garbage dump. I'll keep the garbage dump manual. Doesn't really help anything.
Every time I come in, it's telling me I have a new month.
Clearly you tune in once a month. Seems odd, but I don't know. I'm not weaponizing the garbage. So. And no, actually, it wouldn't be good. A lot of garbage is light and wouldn't do any damage if it collided with things. Really wish I had sand in this map. That's not garbage. So irrelevant to the entire discussion. I would say. As you know, the discussion was garbage, right? None of that is garbage, so. Yeah, I'm sure weaponized garbage would open for municipal waste. I could see that. Sand is for glass, yes. Glass spikes are really good. And also, I wouldn't make coin shotguns. I would make disc shotguns, but I don't have much metal on this map at all. No, I'm not. Well, I'm trying to make spikes, but the game is proving to make that a bit of a challenge, unfortunately. They're fun, Thayan. They certainly are fun. What's this feeling from the side of the map? It is. Humble?
Humble store purchase made for €4.99.
Do I want to do that? I'm not certain. Coins are not a particularly efficient trading material. In fact, they're kind of just bad for trading. You'll do better like selling bolts or almost anything else you can make out of the same materials. Crafts sell better, rings sell better. They're one of the worst trade goods. Like, you can use them for trading, but they're one of the worst trade goods. Oh, I see. I already have a brew drink from fruit job running. Yeah, I would like to get rid of that. I have a brew drink from plant. I do have processed plants. Brew drink from plant. I do have. I guess I'm assuming I'm just running out of bin or barrels then? Nope, they are brewing. Just out of rock pots, maybe? You mint coin for RP reasons? Minting coins is really fun for like trying to figure out what symbol you have for each year as part of your faction. That's a pretty fun thing to do with them. But yeah, aside from that, they're essentially pointless. I hope not, actually. As somebody who played the version of the game that had economy once, yeah, I hope the economy stuff never comes back. Right now, it's just perfectly good adventure mode weaponry. I mean, sure, Ryoshin Cat. I will never use it. Twitch integration does one thing and it ruins games for me. So what would happen is you'd say, man, this would be a great idea. Is if like we had Twitch integration for this, right? And the next thing you know, it's going to extend all the way up to dwarf or player or the audience can like make a dwarf die or something. No, it's don't let the audience have any control over the streamer's stream. I don't even want you guys to be able to check if your dwarves are alive. I don't want you guys to have any control over my stream whatsoever. All that does is ruin games for me. So, no. It's a slippery slope towards ruining games. It's to the point now where, like, if you go to the RimWorld directory, half the people are using Twitch integration, and that's not a benefit to the game. It just makes games into a novelty instead of an interesting thing to learn. So, no, I really hope that there's never any Twitch integration mods. It'll actively make streaming this game less pleasant for me. Obviously, I won't stop streaming the game, but it'll deeply hurt this community if you do that. Yep, if you want to know if your dwarf's still alive, just ask me. And unless, like, all hell is breaking loose, I will do my best to answer that question. But the second there's Twitch integration for this game, I will be a sad day for me. And also, you're not the first person to have that idea. Many people have had that idea before. I know somebody who actually tried to make that work pre-Steam release. Really llama wool head veil. Okay, so I need a method of removing bads from the map. That's what we need. Fortunately, there actually isn't that much water here. So what we're going to do... I wonder if I can actually get the dwarves to do what I need them to do here. Maybe. Keyword here is maybe. Let's see. That or someone's gonna die in the process. Yeah, no. Chat integration just ruins games. That's it. The booze in the fortress is looking pretty bad, yeah, but I'm working on recovering it. Target inaccessible. Yep, someone's trying to fight with that person. Also, that poor child. I hope she fixes herself. If you want that child to live, but you just want them to leave, see if she has parents in the fort. Try and just expel her parents. Because if she had parents in the fort, she'll probably just, you know, leave with her parents. Much more humane. All right, well, there's one stuck dwarf. Let's see. Can I,
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. Oh, I see. Because it's 1 too high ups currently. Let's actually do it this way. Let's ramp up out here. build across. Actually, let's just use a bridge. We'll slowly work our way up. Also, welcome back, Hobo. What are you doing? Oh, the game's paused. I was like, why are you not doing the thing that I just asked you to do? And then they should channel that out. And slowly start filling it in. Okay, well, you can channel down that. Dyer's been found dead. Oh, did... What? Did you collide with a rock? Ah, I see. Gems landed on your head and killed you. Well, that's awkward. Turns out, digging out vertical shafts when when you're not able to dig vertically, difficult, turns out. What's the purpose of this island? I want it to be a pump stack. But turns out it's really difficult to dig vertical structures when you can't actually dig vertically. So I'm just kind of stuck not really being able to do what I want to do, if that makes any sense. Also, this is a fucking mess to look at. Also, now it appears that... Okay. I'm giving up on this temporarily. Let's just let them out at the bottom. We have a seriously injured chief medical dwarf. Hopefully somebody comes and saves you. There we go. We do have somebody coming to recover wounded. I think we'll just start from the top and work our way down is the way to do this. Head of medicine injured? It's fine. We got plenty of other doctors. They're not even a doctor assigned at the hospital, so they're just the chief medical dwarf. They're a dwarf with a job assigned so that other jobs can exist. Not actually a dwarf's job that's, like, crucial. What are you doing? Oh, you're just hauling a boulder? Okay. Like, that dwarf's been injured several times, actually. How many miners do I have currently? Can't be that many. Ah, it's 3. Well, let's assign more. Go grab pickaxes, dwarves. More or less, yeah. The chief medical dwarf just... You can't make a hospital without a chief medical dwarf assigned, right? So, in order to make a hospital, you need a chief medical dwarf. Even though, like, realistically, the job does nothing. This is just me hating this challenge, though, really, is all this is. Like, this is just kind of annoying. Like, do I really want to be doing all of this? No. No, I don't. I would much prefer to just dig this out. But we have dumb limitations, so here I am, trying to stick to them. And now, for some reason, I also can't, like, channel. I don't know why they're not coming over here and channeling. They should, but they're not for some reason. I certainly didn't injure every single one of my dwarves with pickaxes assigned, and there's definitely ones that have nothing else to do. Whatever. I will ignore that attempted project for a minute while I deal with other things. Like, assign all of these dogs that showed up with that last migrant wave. This room right here. Dyer's gonna never be useful ever, generally. Banner. But failed experiment, I would say, is the purpose of this island currently. And streamers' frustrations with dwarves being slow. So I guess what we have to do is we have to do this one layer at a time. Snatchers, brilliant. Kick their asses. And the Snatchers made them cancel this job. Well, that's lovely. Can we... please go do something of value? We appear to have killed all the Snatchers. Well, that's good. There we go. This is getting work done now, as it should be. How can you get tickets? Did you just invest them all and lose them? But you earn them over time. So every 30 minutes you watch the stream, you should get 2. Check again in 10 minutes. Unless for some reason my bot's just like incapable of tracking today, which would be weird. Oh, did you change your name? What was your name before you changed it? Because, yeah, my bot doesn't understand changed usernames. At least I don't think it does. That doesn't sound good, Lich King. Are you stuck here, Trimkoff? Yep, you certainly are. They should be able to jump up that. That's... Okay, you know what? Yep. To hell with this whole fucking thing. I'm not going to do this way. We're going to do this a different way. Let's get that child out. The rest can just be left as is. It can dribble down here slowly. That's fine. Well, I mean, it's only a shitty system if you let it be a shitty system. Let's see, were we able to dig that child out? Oh, Creeper was the old one? Well, here, let me see what your old account had credited on it. Yeah, if you change your nicknames, then not only will I not know who you are, but also neither will my bot. Yeah, you had 11 tickets on that account, so... Yeah, I can't even give you any more tickets right now because you don't have any currently. No. Caravans arrived. That's interesting. From a group I haven't seen before. Okay. Child has been removed. Okay. Screw that idea. I will do other things with that idea. In regards to other things, it means I'm going to continue digging this big old hole down. Much better use of my time. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really been someone that I would describe as lazy. I've definitely had things that have, like, forced me into being less productive than I would like to be, and I've been beaten to hell by a lot of systems that society has that we are bound to live in, but I don't know. You can always pull yourself out of it. It's never easy, and it takes a long time and a lot of effort, but it's worth it. At least in my experience. Yeah, I'd have to manually add you as a new viewer right now, and I don't feel like sitting here and typing blankly at my screen for 5 minutes while I add you as a viewer. The bot will recognize you in a couple of minutes anyway. Like 30 minutes or so. But yeah, you'll learn them over time anyway. So this is going to be a hole that's going to go all the way down to this cavern layer, right? And since it's going to go all the way down to this cavern layer anyway, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to let water flow from here into here. So I'm actually going to just dig over to this right here, down here. And I'm just going to let water flow over this way and fill this whole area up from the side of the map. And then we can just build a tower down and pump water up through the hole. That'll be much more efficient. And I don't need to worry about doing all the dumb ramping things. Oh, a dwarf has risen and is haunting the fort. Well, that's sad, but we can deal with them. Cybrick, the ghost. You poor dwarf. You know what? Actually, I'm just going to set this as priority 1. So that they go do this first. Because this is flowing in from the edge of the map, so this will fill. Which is all we need it to do, is fill. Then we can just channel down from up here and let this whole thing do its thing. Yeah, drinks is sitting terrifyingly low, isn't it? Let's make 80 rock pots, which is really what we need. Let's pop up here. Build more floors. If I hadn't disabled cavern critters, I'd be worried right now thinking that there was cavern critters about to attack me because of the lag that just hit. But I think what's actually happening is my dwarves are just channeling a whole bunch on the surface, and channeling is not nice to frame rate, so... Let's probably got something to do with it. All these dwarves in here dancing and singing is probably helping with moods. Probably. Yeah, no, space allocation has been a major issue in this fort. Uh-oh, there's a skeleton there. That doesn't seem good. Baby reindeer. Well, F's for the baby reindeer, I suppose. Also, this is, like, I think the highest population this fort has ever had. So that's kind of good. Things are looking up for poor old Meatpit. You know, also, I think this fort was just kind of doomed from the moment I named it Meatpit. It's like, I'm sitting here all surprised that this fort's having a hard time surviving. We did call it Meatpit. But maybe that's on us. I don't know. Okay. Famous last words? I don't know. I will certainly say other words today, so they're certainly not my last words. So I would say by that logic, that's kind of an inaccurate statement. In order for them to be my famous last words, they would have to be the last thing I say, which it's not. Also, speaking of pit. Oh, shit, we haven't actually hit Aquifer yet. I thought we'd hit Aquifer on this layer. What you doing? Making rock blocks? It seems like a bad spot to do that. So we're just waiting for a dwarf with a pickaxe to get their butt over here and dig this out. I'm not sure what you're doing down here. Frame rate got better again, so that's good. Famous middleweight. See, now some fool knows what's up. And we can watch water fill, which will be very satisfying. Get over here, dwarf with pick. Sweet. Man, it is taking a while. Bastet finally redeemed a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Or what job would you like? And I'll find you a beardless, not pissed off dwarf. So that's going to slowly fill up from the side here. Ever so slowly fill up from the side. This is such a weird thing up here. I don't know how many cooks I have. Might have brewers. Here, we'll give you Geshud. She drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even the suggestion of effort being required. She is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She likes to brawl, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she rarely feels discouraged. She often acts with compassion, and she feels envious of others, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and she personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. She likes obsidian, lead, alexandrite, plum, the color plum, gizzard stones, quivers, and splints, and the sound of the russet meadow, and the sight of the adoration of butterflies are impossible for us to consume. Giant crow, fisherberry wine, and fonio. And she absolutely hates snails. She is thin, she has incredible muscles, and her hair is clean-shaven. She is slightly close-set gold eyes are protruding, and her nose bridge is convex. She has a round chin, and her nose is narrow. Her ears are somewhat narrow, and her hair is ochre, and her skin is pink. Varwig, you wish to be with family. Now we need a Weaver Guild. And Avuz is throwing yet another tantrum, of which I will convict you of all of the crimes. 15 witnesses. Wow. Seems like they started fighting in the tavern, hence all the witnesses. We need a Weaver's Guild. How does this look in ASCII as this fills? That's cool. Some of you might remember that this pit got dried up because the flamey Forgotten Beast ran through it. It was literally a ball of fire. It evaporated most of the pool almost instantly. Got a lot of crap to melt down. I almost always do that. Run, raise, choke. Or are you saying just as like something new to try? I mean, caverns are fun. What could possibly go wrong, genuinely? But you might want to nerf the cavern critters, because they can get a little ridiculous. Number of depressed dwarves is dropping. Happy is rising. Oh no, there's a dead goblin on my walkway. We should probably throw him in the bin. Oh no, his nose got chopped off. That's mildly disturbing. Oh, they're stationed. We need to set you to go back to whatever you were doing previously. It's like 31, but it's just mud and shit. It's still cavern lair. One of my favorite new player comments for this game are people that are all upset that they can't get around the fungus. It's like, why would you be upset about fungus? Fungus is good. Fungus is so good. Without fungus, we are sad creatures. Let's make 7 copper picks. Guess I also need more craft dwarf shops. Yeah, I mean, muddy caverns are still caverns. They still operate the same. Bonesaw is fighting with the Weaver Avuz. Let's see. Do you get an actual sentence or 57 days in prison? Which, by the way, is just being chained up in the tavern. So you could seriously do worse than being chained up in prison than in this fort. Like, my prison is my tavern in this fortress. We're gonna have to go down, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 more layers. Oh boy. That's a lot of digging. It's gonna take a long time. With the same faction of the first fort of the Brook Cavern layered immediately and got grass stream growing underground. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on like where you happen to settle, right? The thickness and variance of the map varies wildly. You'll have 200 layers to mess with regardless, but how much of them will be underground is to be determined, shall we say. So while they dig down there, we're going to build up here, maybe? I don't even know why I'm doing Stonefall's traps. I don't really like Stonefall traps. You know what would be much more fun than making all these Stonefall traps, chat? Just making a ceiling trap. Why don't we just do that? Let's just make a ceiling trap. Can I deconstruct that? Yes, I can. Let's just make a ceiling trap. Question is how am I going to trigger it? So we're going to deconstruct the end of this, and we're just going to cave the whole thing in. So what we're going to do, essentially, is this is going to be connected with a grate. And then this at the end is going to be connected with a grate. I'm going to build flooring on either side of this all the way along. And what's going to happen is I'm going to put a pressure plate here. So when they, or maybe right there. So when they step on the pressure plate, it caves this entire walkway in. And while they're walking towards it, they can get fired at by catapults. Because that seems like fun. We can just get rid of the Stonefall traps because they're irrelevant. I mean, pressure plates are fun, so why not use pressure plates? Actually, no, this should be ramps. That should be ramps. That should be walls. There's no access to them yet, so. Can go down here, deconstruct this. Go to the end here. Place flooring here. Deconstruct all these for right now. Mostly the reason I'm changing this whole plan is the current setup is a lot of fun, but I don't have enough like materials to really, like, aside from just waiting for enemy sieges, I really don't have enough materials to reliably. An Etten has arrived, named Adoratali Maki. An Etten, hey? No fun items. Well, that's disappointing. No relationships. Enemies of everybody. Not even in a religion. What a poor creature. I'm gonna send the military to go deal with it. The Teacher of Wonder is their full title. They've killed several different dwarves, 2 elves. Got an artifact starting. They've claimed a clothes maker's shop because a billion things are happening at once and this fortress doesn't ever let up. I will accept that and then forget about it. Boy's been busy? Yeah, no kidding. Busy Etten. The military shows up. The first one to attack them is the Mace Dwarf, who slashes the Etten in the right hand with a steel short sword, and tearing apart the something, the fat. And then the Etten screams, "I'm not scared!" That is a lie. You lied, Etten. The dwarves are on top of the thing. There's blood everywhere. I just saw teeth appear. And now the Etten has passed. F's for the Etten. The poor soul. Over here, Zephon, who didn't kill it, is cleaning up the blood. It appears that this dwarf here got the kill, killing the Teacher of Wonder. Says how fleeting life is. She is an adept mace dwarf, after all. She is afraid after experiencing trauma, but, you know, her husband gets to live to see her another day, so I'm sure that she's happy about this. Made a mistake attacking the meat pit, that's for sure. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to dig this down another layer. But I'm going to widen it. The problem with this is I don't really want this exit to be here. So I will actually deconstruct this ramp. Well, actually, no, we can leave the ramp there. We'll just have to lock the door periodically. Not only can you save scum, but you can also just, like, mod your save files in that game, Al. And because your save files in that game are literally just like a notepad text file, you can just go into your game's notepad text file and just, like, add more money. Like, we're Sim don't care. If you want to do something, go ahead and do the thing. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go into constructions and go to supports. And I'm going to add a support here and a support here. And, do I even have metal grate? Whoa! Chat, did you know that if you have a floor, okay, and you deconstruct the floor, traps don't cave in? Because I didn't, but I do now, I guess. I kind of thought it would deconstruct the trap, but clearly it didn't. That's kind of amazing. New to you? Well, now you know. Is it going to cave in, though? Nope. Didn't cave in. Weird. So that should give them a way in this way. I can build a little drawbridge there, too. They should automatically reset them. Like, keyword there is they should just do it. So now I can go up here and we can get rid of this. Because these should hold it to the ceiling. Actually, yeah, we should just channel it down. Yeah, no, they should just reset the rockfall traps with more rocks, assuming there's rocks available. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct this and this. I'm going to go to traps. We're going to place a pressure plate. I'm going to say triggers, citizens trigger, or citizens do not trigger, creatures trigger, and reptile man to dragon. So any hostile entity will trigger this. And it's going to be right there. And obviously it's not going to reset because even though I think it's set to reset. Well, actually, here, we'll set it to not reset. It doesn't need to reset. It just needs to be one use only. Creatures, trigger. I could make it all the way down to the small peoples, but basically we need like dwarf and larger to trigger it. One use only. Creatures trigger. Goes right there. Then this will be connected to those two pillars, which will cause this whole thing to cave in when, you know. When we need it to. Okay, let's do this. This. Did we not deconstruct that yet? Uh-oh. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Well, that's kind of annoying. This might kill a dwarf, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'll unsuspend that. Or what's attached to the floor? Are these attached to the floor? Yeah. They're attached to the floor and suspended on the ceiling. Otherwise, this flooring would have caved in already because nothing is supporting this floor except for these two supports. So this plate is going to be linked to that and to that. Long story short, pressure plates are extremely powerful if you like actually abuse them to the level that like they're designed to be. They are extremely powerful. So do not underestimate the destructive power of pressure plates. I mean, people use pressure plates to make fully functional computers, so I'm pretty sure I just can't get up there right now. Oh, stonefall traps. Yeah, I don't think stonefall traps have any trigger settings. They shouldn't. Stonefall traps should just work. Like, they're kind of just no brain, simple, easy traps. We'll deconstruct that. Yeah, no, pressure plates are not stonefall traps. Sorry if we're confusing the two. Pressure plates and stonefall traps are two very different things. Pressure plates are used to activate things, whereas stonefall traps are just one-use things. They go off once, and then the dwarves have to manually reset them after they go off. Whereas with pressure plates, those have all sorts of fancy settings and conditions and whatnot, because they're pressure plates. And Lenarno, hello, it's good to see you. Unfortunately, your dwarf didn't make it. You have passed. Your dwarf is no longer with us. I'm very sorry. On the bright side, though, exciting things are happening. By exciting, I mean I'm actually building a defensive structure for this fort that isn't shit, but, you know. Well, actually, isn't shit is relative. Made a frilly pigtail skirt by a dwarf that I don't know. Let's just get this done, and then we're going to deconstruct it all anyway. Just double checking that you saw it. I like to just inform people when they pop in if I know that their dwarf died recently. Forbid all of that. Get rid of that. So essentially, I have these catapults that are currently not even set to prepare to fire, I don't think. Although I saw one of them firing. This one is. Okay, you just go to not in use. So I have these catapults here that can fire straight down this way. Currently, they don't actually have a way into the fort. We should give them that. It's going to be right here. Irma Luck, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. And for the first notification of money in 1 hour. Cheers. Appreciate you. It's reminding me to drink my coffee, actually. It's funny. Right now, I feel like I don't actually have enough dwarves in this fort to get these jobs done. Which is very much not the case. Like, I absolutely have enough dwarves. They're just stretched pretty thin. Avuz, can you stop doing that? The stupid dwarf right here. Humiliated after being confined. Well, you get to literally imagine being chained up in the tavern. Like, you can even sit on a chair. There's a chair right there. You could go sit down. You're chained up in a tavern. You should be in heaven. Jess, thank you very much for the raid. Are you still playing War Tales today? I hope it was enjoyable. I don't know who you're linking in my chat, but I don't know who that is. Oh, is that an accidental boop? That's fine. It's all good. But Jess, how was your stream today? Hobo, could I get a shout out for Jess, please? Please and thank you. Since there's a mod here, you do mod things, please. You need to get rid of these buffaloes. It's fine. It'll disappear. You were brewing beer up until the internet broke? Oh, no. Wait, were you playing a Brewmaster Sim or whatever? That game seems super neat if that's the one that you've been playing. We're I'm building silly combinations of defensive things. I'm building this, which is a cave-in trap, which I'm not finished constructing yet. Basically, baddies are going to walk along here and then trip up this right here, which is going to make this whole thing fall in. Cave in on itself, which will be fun. But internet went out. Is this still the same annoying issue? Because, damn. Let's make you out of slate. We've been getting a lot of these. Ooh, this one's got webs. Oof. Okay. I'm actually going to lock the dwarves inside to a degree. Not everybody will be locked inside, but... So this was a hairy python with webs, I think? The Thief of Shadows. Soak Spray, the Thief of Shadows, is a great hairy python. It has a knobby shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its eyes glow scarlet. Beware its webs. It's an angry nude. You have no connection to ingest servers again? That's not okay. Okay, so I'm going to station all 3 of my squads right here. And, actually, we'll station this one up here. Because ramps are my biggest chance to kill this thing. Here come the dwarves. Here comes the angry noodle. Truly a nightmare? Yep. Yeah, no, a snake that shoots webs is pretty scary. Chat, what do you think the total casualty count on this thing's gonna... Burp. So this is why I disabled the cavern critters, because they were just getting to be a bit too much. You heard angry nude? It is an angry nude! Look at it! It's a noodle! It's angry. So, as this beast is arriving, we're also under attack by Arnani Olmethu, which is a huge quadruped composed of crystal glass. It has long antennae and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous gas. For Fug Nugget's sake. Okay, well, I'm going to lock the door for this one temporarily. We'll deal with this one after. One at a time. Although I think that one might actually be able to get to the surface, which would be a whole bundle of fun. Where's my door? There it is. Sweet, there isn't anything dumb in the doorway for currently. All right. Here come... Oh, Angry Noodle cometh, maybe? Here come. Angry Noodle is coming towards the fort. We're going to read these combat logs, because this is going to be tense. All right, here it comes. Pray for our jurists. So, here's the advantage we have, right? Whoop. Whose arm is that? There's a... Ah, it's one of my dwarves' right foot. So the advantage we have is it can't shoot webs up the cliff. So, let's just tell all the squads to go hit it now. And, hope we kill it. Yep. That. I can't even confirm the target. All right. Well, that's what, 3 dead dwarves? Hopefully we can get behind it. There's a lot of dead dwarves already. We're underneath it. On top of it, maybe? I'm seeing... okay. Who's dead? Nobody named yet. But combat doesn't seem to be going so hot. There is currently a lot of dead dwarves on top of it. We've lost large amounts of our squads already. My soldiers are trying to fight with it on an angle, and it's not working. But they do appear to be on top of it, and there are teeth going everywhere. Its innards are hanging out, and we've killed the beast. That is a lot of teeth. Oh boy. Now we've got the other one to deal with. Deep space, I agree. Web shooters are in fact very terrifying. What was the total casualty count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We lost a whole squad worth of troops. Let's see if I can butcher it. Do I not have a butcher shop around here? I guess not. Okay, well. I've got several dwarves that are unconscious. That is definitely the fun that the DF Wiki told you about. Well, maybe not all of it. There's more fun where that came from, trust me. Wow. Elfie Bean and some fool managed to survive that. Jeez. Let's get them back to training. Some fool's still alive. Yeah, I don't see, Darius. So Darius must have died in that. Let's see if we can butcher this body. But how you been, though, Deep Space? Since I saw your name fly by. On the bright side, we're getting a bunch of meats out of this. Now we've got another one to fight. That's the best part, is we've got another one to fight now. Oy. So the other one is booking it around out here. Poisonous gas quadruped. What year did we start at? 390 something. I didn't actually look too closely. The best way to find out actually would just be go open up episode 1. Opening episode 1 would tell you pretty quickly. I think I'm just going to leave this upper cavern layer to it for a little bit. Just be like, okay, you deal with that. We're gonna try and get more dwarves coffined. Because fortunately, I still have access to all of these bodies, so. You have a 4-day weekend? Oh, hell yeah. 4-day weekends are better than 3-day weekends. I can attest to this. This is a statement I stand by. You can take it as fact. Okay, we must have had enough coffins because they're not assigning them. This fort's dangerous. Bloody hell, man. Should remember to use traps, this reminds you? Traps are important, I would say. I'm actually just going to chuck all of this. Doesn't really matter. Dangerous forts are the best forts? I suppose. It means that they're designated to be melted down, is what the red tier means. It's this little tool here. That or its owner is crying, one of the two. It's just like the little trash bin is throw them in the trash. So I have this melt metal object set. Speaking of, what are we doing on bars? 1 iron, 1 gold, some copper, some bronze, some steel, 1 lead, some other crap. Noted. Did I ever make that silver statue? Nope. The bunny statue has not been constructed yet. We are working on it, though. I love that this dwarf can just, like, sit down, yet, like, you just hate everything about the fact that you're in prison. You can literally sit at a table in the tavern and be served booze. Be thankful that I haven't killed you. You shilly dwarf. We'll call this main gate. No problem, Raging Cave. All right. It's public humiliation and the drunk dwarves get to laugh at them? I mean, depends on your sense of humor at that point, I suppose. If the dwarf has a good sense of humor, they would be all... I think they'd be all for it. I don't know. I feel like dwarves would be more positive about that, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to make a little stairway up here. And I'm going to roof off this area over here. And this area is going to just become a big old food stockpile. Because I think I need a bigger food stockpile. What time of year are we in? Early autumn, meaning we should get traders pretty soon. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the drunk dwarves are laughing at them. I always thought with a setup like this, it would be much more likely that the dwarves would be like, hey, you want a drink? But, I don't know. Maybe I'm expecting too much of my dwarves. Maybe in reality, they're just sitting there mocking them, pointing and laughing. Okay, so this over here has this drawbridge now. So if I jump back down here, I can grab this new lever. And we can jump up here, connect it to that, and we're going to call this danger entrance for bads. So this is where the danger entrance for bads goes, where you get smacked by those and then stabbed to death here by my dwarves. Actually, maybe here was where I could start putting the spikes in. We could do that. Actually, you know, maybe not. Maybe not right there. I should put spikes somewhere, but maybe I could just do them on either side, like down at the bottom. So that they just fall on them. I don't really want my dwarves fighting on them. I gotta be careful about where I put spike walls, especially automated spike walls, because if I put them in the wrong place, all that's gonna end up happening is I'm going to kill my dwarves with them. Which isn't exactly, optimal, shall we say? It's not exactly what you want to have happening, you know? All right, let's see. Who else can I throw into the military who probably will hate it? I think what we should just do is just jump to dwarves and take a look at their thoughts. How would you do? You dream of mastering a skill and you personally respect power, Bim. Well, Bim. How about we give you a promotion, Bim? A promotion of Bimmin' in the military. Not to be confused with fly kick and the other one here. Bim, there you are. Bim. I'm sure you will love your new task, Bim, of stabbing things in the head with sharp sticks. How about you, Obak? Would you do well in the military? That is a mighty good question. Obak here. Dreams of raising a family. Is very discouraged. Well, no thank you. How about you here, Tobal, the fish dissector? You dream of mastering a skill. You're put off by trade and commerce. Well, that's a good thing for us. Also, you're a useless fish dissector, considering there's almost no natural water sources with places where fish could possibly spawn here. We will put you in the military. Now, I need to be careful here, because I'm assigning all of these new dwarves, and there is that, you know, gem creature in the basement that wants to murder us. So we're just going to kind of not go outside in this area until we're pretty sure that it's dead. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. So for anybody who's wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking for dwarves that'll actually sit well in the military, probably. I'm looking for ones that dream of mastering a skill. That's kind of the minimum prerequisite, in my opinion, for joining the military. You can throw any dwarf you want in the military, but they will, at the very least, enjoy the process of learning to fight if they dream of mastering a skill. So for me, it's kind of like the minimum is just make sure they dream of mastering a skill, and then at the very least, they won't hate their time in the military. It lives in the wall. I haven't asked it in a while. It's probably quite bored, I would imagine. A devilish potato. What kind of dwarf would you like? You know all the rules at this point. Currently, I'm just simply assigning dwarves to the military, so if you'd like to be a dwarf in the military, I got lots of new recruits. Fresh meat to get ripped into shreds by Gem Forgotten Beast in the basement. Dream of crafting a masterwork someday? That won't do. You dream of art? You're a child. You're my chief medical dwarf and in hospital? What are you waiting on? Needs immobilization. Do I have no splints? We're out of splints. Any woodworker available if possible. If not, well then fresh military recruit. I could give you Thob. It's a lady. Thob's a dedicated woodcutter and loves her job. Very happy. Spends most of her time in the tavern and then occasionally runs out into the caverns like a crazy mad lad and hacks down a bunch of trees and then runs back inside cowarding. And also takes care of dwarves when they need it. And is exhilarated after having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance who's now a devilish potato. I can type. Guess who got invited to the Goblin Wood Jamboree? What? I'm sorry. You found things in that game that I haven't. She is sloppy with her living space and strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings and isn't particularly ambitious, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is quite polite and she is a friendly individual. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she lives a fast-paced life and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally has little interest in joking around and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and has a menacing stare when she's angry. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally is put off by the idea of family and prefers a noisily bustling life to boring days without activity, such as hanging out in the tavern and drinking a lot. Don't mind the teeth on the ground. They're part of the scenery. She likes chromite, bismuth, pink jade, and pomegranate wood, and giant grizzly bear leather and flying squirrel tooth. The colors scarlet and amulets and moon freaks for their macabre ways. Moon freaks. Ooh. She likes the sight of the adoration of butterflies. When possible, prefers to consume artichoke wine and tapir's milk, and absolutely hates snails. And I hit the wrong button. But one final thing to look at with her is her very long hair is neatly combed. Her slightly rounded bronze eyes are bulging. Her long eyebrows are somewhat high. Her head is broad, and her somewhat narrow nose is slightly hooked. And her her hair is dark chestnut, and her dark tan skin is slightly wrinkled. Her left hand bears a massive straight scar. I mean, you're good pals with the goblins? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've never. I guess. I mean, I've been good pals with the goblins before in that game, but it must have been added in after. What material was this? Nice. You know, considering we had almost 30 extremely mad dwarves, I think we're doing all right. As far as recovery goes. Those big bulging anime eyes. Moon freaks? Moon freaks are probably a very specific kind of night creature. Renfield, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back with Prime. Cheers, friend. Thanks for using your Prime here once again. Also, Celistaris, I totally saw you pop in and then didn't say hello to you, so now I feel kind of bad. Hello, I hope you're doing all right. Who freaking doesn't? Hopefully most of the people watching this stream, but hopefully. exist, yes. They get freaky with the Luna. Sure. That's a sentence. Alert. Ah! A caravan has arrived. They're late. Normally arrive on the 10th. Arrived on the 13th. What is this? This is just going to be a big old food stockpile. In a moment. Come on. Keep at it, dwarves. Need more space. Or a band? I know a band called Moon Duo, but I wouldn't really describe them as freaks. Although, Moon Freaks would be like, what? Just like a dirgy, like Soviet synth band, probably? Trying to think. What would Moon Freaks be if they were a band? That or just like super happy-go-lucky indie pop. Or like the sort of band that would open for churches, maybe. And would be on like Kojima's soundtrack. I listen to way too much Churches. Unrelated, but Churches is very good. Let's do that all the way down to the end. Twitch chat has arrived. The Forgotten Beast, Rubal Kolodalas, has come. An enormous worm composed of salt. No, that's just streamer. It has a pair of long antennae and it undulates rhythmically. All right, well. It's going to be for everything but seeds. Where is this noodle? Okay, so I'm going to send these 2 squads to just go kill it. They should just be able to kill it without too much effort. Saltworm, yes. Saltworm. You'd see Moon Freaks live? Oh, yeah, I know. I'm sure they put on a... What the f... Oh, no, it's just really good at... Does it? Oh, it flies. Wow, okay, well... At least it just undulates. Get over here, you saltworm. No, it's not a wren. Oh, it's a... Oh, you're right, it is a wren. I read that as worm. I don't like that as much. It was better as a worm. Oh, well. It is a wren, you're right. It is a bird. I misread. Which isn't unusual, nor a first for me. In fact, I would say it's right in character. Okay. Stab it. It's going for Zuthan, one of my bone doctors. Who's about to be boned if they don't, like, fucking move. Whoa, it's dead already. That was fast. Good job. Who even hit it? The bone doc... Well done, Doc. Apparently, a giant bat dove at it, but missed. The Forgotten Beast attacked the giant bat, but it jumps away. The Forgotten Beast attacked the giant bat in the upper arm with its right foot, bruising the fat. And then the Bone Doctor punches the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her left hand, and the injured part sails off in an arc. I know it was made of salt, but still, that's... Zuthan the Bone Doctor here has a pretty good arm. Although then again, the Bone Doctor here has killed Ruled Dip, the amphibian man, in 299. An amphibian woman, probably in the same place, and now this Forgotten Beast. So, is frequently depressed. I would be too. Well, good job, I say. Well done, in fact. All right, so now that we've done that successfully, let's go over here and sell clothes and crafts. I gotta say, it's very funny to me that now the stock screen opens way faster, but the trading screen doesn't. So we still just get this trading screen that loads really slowly or progressively slower, whereas the other screens just don't. It's just very amusing to me. I am a doctor warrior. I mean, warrior doc reporting for duty seems pretty effective as far as I'm concerned. One of those was a artifact in there. That's the one I want to keep. Everything else goes. Everything that isn't like actual metal armor goes anyway. Earrings, sure. Footwear. So many random boots. Most of these boots actually are coming from enemy sieges too. That's why they're in such weird numbers. Made out of odd materials. Yeah, this fort's been difficult because I literally, like, it feels like I've set the game to hard, but I haven't. So, like, every single time it's like, okay, I have, like, a season now to do something. It's like, nope, you're just under attack again. Nope, you're under attack again. Nope, you're under attack again. So it's been kind of brutal. I'm not gonna lie. It's been kind of brutal. I mean, it's been fun. It's been an entertaining fort, for sure, but I haven't been able to get shit done, because every time I start doing something, something shows up and just ruins our day. Combine that with me not being able to dig properly, and thus every single excavation I try and do takes twice as long as it would normally. It's been a challenge. But yes, warrior doctors, probably not a bad idea, considering half the time the doctors have to run straight through a wall of enemies just to be able to, like, collect the bodies. Because, you know, like, why would I give the doctors any kind of safeguards? That's ridiculous. They're dwarves, not, you know, charity workers. They gotta work for their job. And if running through battle to pick up a wounded soldier is the thing that saves my soldier, then damn right, that's what they're gonna do. Okay, that's probably about as good as we're gonna get. How many items is that? 779. Damn! Let's get rid of all this used clothing. I'm actually curious as to where they have to walk for half of these. Probably all the way up to the surface, if I had to bet. Whew. I wonder if punching salt is like the dwarven equivalent of like throwing a pinch of salt over your shoulder for good luck. Celestars? I'd be willing to bet it is. Kind of sad. I guess we're not going to get that patch this week. I was really hoping we would get like the baby patch out fully this week. Because from what I can tell from poking around, issues on the beta branch seem to be minimal. Because that's why this version was put into the beta branch, was to like check for issues, right? Issues certainly seem to be minimal. So you have to walk all the way over there to get a shoe. Or a tunic, I guess. Because all of this clothing down here is being brought up to trade. Now would be a really bad time for a were creature. Don't tell the game chat. Because now would be a really bad time for a were creature. Or is it all done now? I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure there's still... there's still definitely sprites they're working on. I mean, like, you know, exotic items like frilly items and split items and like all of those human items that dwarves can't normally make still don't have sprites. Like turbans don't have sprites. So they're certainly still waiting on a lot of sprites. As far as babies go, I don't know if those are all done. I know that the dwarf and the baby dwarf sprites aren't in the game yet, but same with the children's sprites aren't in the game yet. Okay, how come... I had a squad down here. Where did you just go? Okay. Apparently that nuked my squad out of existence. That's cool. I was trying to get rid of the other one that had nobody in it, but they had also booted the other one. That's not awesome. Oh, no, now it's back. I am confused. Whatever. Not going to worry about it. It isn't a full moon. I mean, I have 2 were creatures in my fort, so. They live on the walls. It's fine. Ugh. Gosh. Big yawns. I mean, yeah, there is the sheer volume of sprites thing, but at the same time, we should be catching up. We really should be. There is a point where they need to be all like, yo, we've caught up. We clearly haven't gotten to that point yet. Just got back. Have you missed anything major? My doctor punched a forgotten beast in half. My chief medical dwarf punched, I think it was the chief medical dwarf. No, actually, no, it was a bone doctor. Punched a forgotten beast made of salt, and it exploded. Oh, that was pretty good. We also fought with a scary danger noodle that shot webs that successfully killed a bunch of dwarves. Then we butchered it. I'm okay, dude person, and yourself. But yeah, that I think was the most notable thing of the last 30 minutes. Was punching a forgotten beast in 2. A little too warm, but fine. Why? Is it, like, really hot where you're at? We're in very much springtime here, which means it's been raining for about 20 days. Actually, that's not totally true. It's been sunny today. There was a post on the Vancouver subreddit not too long ago, which was just like, I love it when there's rain on the long-term forecast, and it was like the 14-day forecast, and it's rain for 13 days, and then the 14th day is chance of clouds, which is just kind of funny. You know, the popular opinion is that the UK gets all of the rain. Nope, Vancouver gets a lot of it. We get plenty of rain, plenty of rain. I don't mind rain. It's lovely to a point, but like, I'm gonna go be doing yard work and mowing a lawn on Saturday. So I hope it's not raining that day. But aside from that, yeah, rain's great. Rain is great to a point. It's like many other things. It's good to a point. But there's a point where it stops being nice. Are you telling me that the stuff I'm trying to sell them is too heavy? I will buy those cages and the goose. I think that overcast is best weather. I think rain can be a bit annoying because I have to walk to get my groceries. So I have to carry an umbrella and then I can only carry one bag of groceries at a time, which is like, eh. So I'd like brief breaks in the rain just so I can go do grocery shopping. But aside from that, yeah, I agree. Rain's great. I mean, it's why I live on the coast. That is a lot of tallow. We're going to make a ashery. And we are going to make a... What's the other one? I need the soap maker's shop. And then the one that I always forget, which is... I think I just need to make ash and then lye. Is lye made at the ashery? I think. Reminds you of Norway? Are you from Norway originally? I mean, the weather here is actually quite similar to a lot of that region. I don't really want you to make that out of bronze, though. Some dwarf named Mistum lost their teeth up here, so I guess we get rid of those. And then you down here, we trade for that one gem, I suppose. All done. Miraculous. Set the other two squads to go train. Now we're going to go back to adding dwarves to the military. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. Dreams of raising a family. That's Jerry Gord. Dreams of a great work of art. Dreams of mastering a skill. Who needs teeth? Well, I mean, that dwarf doesn't get them anymore. It doesn't matter if they need them or not. It's not a question of whether or not they need them. It's like, well, you just don't have them anymore, so... Hopefully they weren't too fond of them. We're also getting yet another migrant wave. Also, where's the outpost liaison? Oh. So the outpost liaison's in my hospital for some reason? Why are you in my hospital? I'll just make the tavern public so that the outpost liaison can come hang out. But, like, why are you hanging out in the hospital? You have no wounds. You were brought to rest. I'm going to add several more doctors, I think. I now have 2 surgeons and 2 bone doctors. I now have another diagnoser. And Jerry Gord is now also a surgeon. And a miner. Jump up here and check. We're out of anything. Not really. I do need soap, though, which is something I'm working on. I don't know about you guys from watching, but even this fort is starting to confuse me for some reason. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the verticalness of its layout that's also like kind of sprawling. I'm finding this fort kind of hard to navigate. No, it's not. No, Forgotten Beast salt has absolutely no use. The only Forgotten Beast stuff that has use is, ooh, turkey hen egg roast. That's lovely. The only Forgotten Beast stuff that has any use is, meat. That's it. That one is Jerry Gord. I mean, I don't want to put Jerry Gord into the military unless you want me to put him into the military. That's your dwarf. Unless they're like a perfect fit for it, I'm not going to put them in the military. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess you can also use webs. But that's not unique to Forgotten Beasts, though. I meant more just like the body parts once they're dead. The only part that actually has any use is the ones that are made of meat. Soap from Talo, 50. I feel like I should just let the dwarves hang out and party for a little bit. You found it entertaining? Well, I'm glad. Also the part where, you know, I didn't, you know, kill your dwarf. Most of these dwarves actually seem to be doing quite okay. You're a novice wrestler? Dream of raising a family, though. This one doesn't dream of doing anything with their life. What a waste of a dwarf. $50 line that I keep referencing? $50. What 50 cent thing do I reference? Am I unknowingly referencing 50 Cent? I wouldn't put it past me, but... Apparently I don't have a bookkeeper. How in the fuck did I go so long without a bookkeeper? Oh, the big-ass ramp thing. Well, no, it's technically not 50 who says that. It's 50's sidekick, who's always sitting in the back seat of the car and shooting. But, yeah, it's not 50 Cent specifically. But, yes, that is in fact a thing that I do reference. I thought you meant that I was referencing a song, and I was really concerned for a moment there. I was like, what 50 Cent song am I accidentally referencing? He says, hey, 50, hit that big-ass ramp. There's something just very funny about that. We'll always stay funny. We'll never stop being funny. Now, speaking of funny, there's a zombie in my fort. You're a member of the weak blockades. Well, that's good that they're weak. And a citizen of the kingdom of stabilizing. What exactly are you stabilizing? Former member of the Kingdom of Bones. I don't trust this person. You seem sus. What a dumbass zombie, I know, right? Goddamn dumbass. There's a recruit sleeping outside. Well, that sucks. There we go. I got dwarves making ash. I think I need a wood stockpile somewhere, because I keep seeing the dwarves, like, making ash, and they're just, like, running underground. It's like, maybe I should make them a stockpile. So I guess we're going to do that. I'm going to make a wood stockpile down here. Hopefully the crowds don't storm the gates at this wood stockpile. But do they have 0 kill? Well, so only vampires have that. And only vampires that are hiding their identity have that. So I don't think so. The site of pregnancy? I mean, that's a normal dwarfy name. Well, actually, that's more of an elfy name. Elves name the thing of pregnancy, generally. Unless it's like a god, usually. So you've heard of snake in your boot, but have you ever had a snake in your loot? I don't even know what that would mean. I expelled him from this fort when he showed up. Is what happened. And then when Redbug showed up at this fort, I expelled them too. Mostly because I got tired of locking them in the walls. Boozehammer got so haggard, he actually went insane in the previous fort, but because it resets their overall mental status in between forts when they migrate to a new fort. So he arrived haggard already, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this. So yeah, I just expelled him. No, the Bone Sword lives at the other fort. Anger Forest. No, Danger Caves is where the sword lives. I've managed to go this long in this fort without making a wood stockpile. What, the Bone Sword? I mean, it was nice to actually get, like, you know, a fell mood. It's been so long. I've forgotten what it's like to, you know, have a fell mood. It's literally been years. These are all dwarves going to go get wood. Okay, so where is the outpost liaison now? Also, in regards to that zombie, no, doesn't have 0 kill. Isn't being untruthful about who they are. Bro doing? It's probably looking for my manager. No, Rovod needs it, not Broccoli. There you go. Because apparently I just don't have a bookkeeper in the fort right now, which is pretty bad, actually. Food supply is going up, though, which is good. Ah, we are making llama soap. The best kind of soap. Who doesn't want llama soap? Fell mood comes from being as angry as possible and then going into a strange mood. Basically, like, being so mad that you're constantly tantruming and then going into a strange mood. Also, because we've been streaming long enough now that a selection of new people have tuned in. Today, over on the merch store, we have a very special deal for today. There's currently a limited coupon that is available until the end of the day, which is the letter H, the letter A, letter P times 2, so PP, Y, and then the number's 420 for today over on the merch store. It's a coupon code. It gets you a 5% discount on all orders of any size. So if for some reason you want to buy a mug or a t-shirt or a sticker or a hoodie or a t-shirt or a mug, these are all things that we have for sale. So for the code HAPPY 420, you could get a 5% discount on lovely pieces of merch. I'm just saying. The mugs are huge and awesome. Yeah, you can actually get a large mug. So you can drink out of your Dwarfy mug while playing a Dwarfy video game. Or, like, just drink out of a Dwarfy mug and don't play the video game. I mean, live your life. So we're making llama soap from the looks of things. State Bicycle released a Taco Bell bicycle for $420.69. That's a very cheap bike. Ah! Well, I thought that they were sus. Those zombies. I'll bet you one of them is stealing it, nah? Seen being stolen by whom? Exactly. Ah! Really? My manager was stealing it. Well, I'm going to convict you. Where is my manager, though? Wow, you've made it pretty far out of the fort. I don't like where you're going. This doesn't seem good. You've already made it pretty much out of the fort. I'm going to tell them to pull the lever associated with this and the lever associated with this. And hopefully we don't launch anybody into space, because I would like to save my artifact. And you currently are carrying it. Mincot. Did you just go give it to my farmer? Or did you just dumped it there? Okay, well, oh wait, no, I see. They failed to deliver it because I sealed both of the things shut. Did anybody go splat? Now that's... Uh-oh, somebody did go splat. Was it worth it? I don't know. But I saved the artifact! Ahoy! What's up, Talair? Walsp, hello, thank you very much for the raid. What were you guys up to today? Were you playing dwarfs or something else? I just saved an artifact by dropping a dwarf into a big hole. Which is a shame, but we have the artifact now. So that part's good. Maybe a dwarf will die in the process. Sorry, wood burner English. So now my manager's gonna run this way. Oh wow, the manager's going to go pull the lever. That's even better. Actually, maybe that's a way to save a dwarf that's like trying to steal an artifact, is just tell him to go pull a lever. That's kind of amazing. But Lero Vicht, hello, how's things? As well as K-Bell, hello. You want to see the manager? I mean, the manager currently wants to be the manager, and they're not doing a very good job of it. They're probably going to go steal the artifact again. Is that where you're headed? Your view chat broke. Well, that sucks. Store item in stockpile. Well, clearly, yep, nope. Artifact is going back into the fort. Huh. You're playing War Tales. A lot of people have been playing that because it came out recently, didn't it? Well, this dwarf has been set to be interrogated, so... My manager is getting 29 days in prison for theft. What happens if the manager's Karen? Well, it's Mincot, not Karen, so... Nothing? And it seems like the dwarf that I dropped into the big hole didn't die, so I guess that's a positive. I mean, here, keep an eye on it. Bang, there you go. Salty, go check. Ah. There you go. Why so much vomit? Because we fought with a bunch of baddies and then they never put it. Are you stealing it again? Ah, never mind. You're getting chained up. Was trying to. Unless they just put it back on display. Actually, I think they just put it back on display. That's almost better, even. Like, tried to steal it, went and put it back on display, is now getting chained up. Is now getting chained up. Let's give a dwarf to Wasp. What kind of dwarf am I giving to Wasp? Salty. Courtesy of raiding the strum. You're tempted to give Wasp the manager, the one that just went to prison, who's now getting interrogated, so that we can find out who convinced them that it was a good idea to, you know, do this. Intelligence. No. Plots. We didn't find anything. No information was revealed, clearly. There's a lot of unsolved disorderly conducts. All right, well, Wasp is now my manager. Congratulations, you've been promoted from Wasp to Karen. And you find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. You can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and she lacks confidence in her abilities, and she desires little for herself in the way of possessions. Except for that artifact, clearly. She prefers discussions of and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues, and she has a calm demeanor and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she occasionally overindulges. She tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She can easily fall in love and sometimes develops positive feelings, and she can act with a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she can find this troubling since she values perseverance. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. And she can be quite ambitious, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, as she values artwork and its creation. She gnaws on her lips when she's annoyed, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and she personally values peace over war and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, values a harmonious existence and doesn't really see the attainment of knowledge as important, and doesn't really value skills related to fighting, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. She likes selenite bilin and ruby and alpaca wool and the color pale blue and bolts, and when possible prefers to consume lychee wine and absolutely hates flies. She has extremely long eyebrows that are extremely high. Her nose is broad. Her ears are extremely tall. She's a Vulcan, probably. Her long hair is tied in a ponytail, and she has a round chin, and her eyelashes are extremely short. Her slightly close-set heliotrope eyes are slightly rounded, and her hair is ochre, and her skin is pale chestnut. Pax Mac, what kind of dwarf you getting? Ah, a doctor guild. That seems useful. We should probably make that. Don't I already have one, though? Nope, that's the Craftsdorf's Guild Hall. I guess I will make a Doctor's Guild Hall right about here. Let's make a Doctor's Guild right here. Happiest dwarf who happens to be drinking. Kodal the farmer. Paxmac, aka Kodal the farmer, is a pessimist and can be very happy and optimistic, but finds he feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he is quite comfortable with the others that have a different appearance or culture. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he tends to avoid crowds. He occasionally overindulges, and he is a friendly individual, but he is a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. When he becomes exasperated, he clicks his tongue. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And doesn't really care about anything anymore, and probably never did, frankly. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and finds tradition foolish and limiting, and sees introspection as important, and values hard work. He likes malachite, lead, blue jade, longfin, mako shark tooth, the only, like, weird sea creature I've seen in this game, and he prefers to consume louse, brook lamprey, and bilberry wine, and hates worms. I like worms, you weirdo. Thanks, Deep Space, for gifting a sub to Walsp and the first notification of money in 43 minutes. He is weak, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long sideburns are braided. His long mustache is neatly combed, and his long hair is arranged in double braids. Twin braids, even. And his very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his eyebrows are high. He has a round chin, and his slightly close-set cobalt eyes are slightly rounded. His ears are somewhat tall, and his hair is dark chestnut, and his skin is copper. All caught up. All right, let's make this Dr. Guildhall. So let's go blocks and see what fun colors we have. Let's just go with microcline. 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 And I'm going to actually demolish some of these all the way up to there, I think. All the way down to there, and all the way down to there. This is going to be the Dr. Guildhall. Well, thanks for rating the stream, Wasp. Appreciate you. This is why you lurk blind streams. It's just relaxing and humorous. What, because I just say dumb shit sometimes? So, it's a shame that I don't have any open cases anymore, but I do have cold cases. So using these cold cases, I can use it as an excuse to interrogate this guy. You know what? Why not? Let's practice interrogating my outpost liaison and the rotten hunter. So we're going to interrogate 3 dudes and see if any of them have anything to do with that artifact that was just attempted to be stolen. Because I'm slightly suspicious that they do. Slightly. Also, to anybody who streams, all those Crablin and different Better Twitch TV emotes, those are all public. Anybody can use them. So if for some reason you're like, man, I really would like to use that, you can, turns out. You just got to go look him up on Better Twitch and add him to your channel. Personally, Vote Crab would be my favorite of the goofball Better Twitch emotes that we have. I mean, we also have those Wide Pog and Wide Pog 2. I think those are public. Which is just, you know, my Wide Pog, but free. And mirrored. Got 3 creatures called Creepers, and they look like blind Smeagol's. Wait, what game is this? Are we talking about Dwarf Fort? I'm trying to think what those could be. Ah, look at all this good llama soap. That's helping with the quality of the crappy, terrible, awful, torrid hospital that I have. Uh-oh. I didn't even know that that dwarf died. Neriv died, apparently. I'm sorry. Risen Rag. Okay, there you go. Get done. That's horrific. I love it, Pack. Oh, for War Tales. Yeah, I never got into any of the, like, magical stuff in that game. I got about as far as, like, I don't know, like, partially finishing the first zone. Like, the most outlandish thing I got in that game was was just, like, you know, having a pig as part of my party, which wasn't particularly outlandish, so I never saw any of, like, the crazier stuff that can happen in that game. Let's just do that across there. Deconstruct that, deconstruct that. Yeah, I don't know. I played a little bit of War Tales when it went into early access, and it didn't really grab me. Like, visually, it was really pretty. But it just kind of felt like if I wanted to play that, I would just go play... what's the word I'm looking for here? I would just go play Battle Brothers if I wanted that type of gameplay, but... Is that a second ghost, or am I crazy? Ah, Tosid, the ghostly mason. It's just Battle Brothers with legs. Yeah, I guess they don't have any legs in Battle Brothers, really. We've got thieves incoming. We're going to stab to death momentarily. Never mind. I was wondering if those would trigger that. Turns out they did. So that's my defensive structure. Hopefully it didn't catch any of my dwarves in it. It doesn't look like it did. So the way this works is baddies step on the end there and then they fall like this. Well, it killed one. This one's stunned. And then they walk in that way. I think I'll just tell them to go kill this guy. I didn't think that like it would trigger them at that point, but I guess it did. Dwarf, you're gonna have to turn around. I know that you're very enthusiastic about going this way, but you're gonna need to like turn around. And then they can't get back out because they're blocked in once they fall in. That's the whole idea. And then see, they can't get out. They're just kind of, they're screwed now. Then they get stabbed to death. And now I have to rebuild it. Only if you clip it. And if you could, that would be helpful. Well, I guess we get to rebuild this now. Nope. I mean, it was a pretty small fall, actually. Help! I've fallen on a winch plat. Well, I mean, we know it works. The other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to raise a bridge here, so let's also build the bridge this time. Make it raise 2 bridges even. Go away advertisements? You're not missing anything. Like, being totally fair, you're not actually missing anything right now. I know you can't see me right now, so you're not hearing that, but... Apparently we also made another artifact, which is great. What's the catapult for? What's any catapult for? Throwing rocks at things, obviously. And this is a dwarven intelligence test, which turns out they're not very smart. Elfie Bean almost died. You know. Also, Elfie Bean, 69 years old. Gotta get you back out of there. All right, now that the sides of that have been constructed, we can build this here. And build this here. And I'm going to go to traps, and we're going to go to pressure plates. And we're going to go creatures, triggers, citizens do not. Doesn't matter if it resets. You challenge me to a boxing match. So I'm prone to retinal detachments with my eyes, which would mean, like, if your intention is to permanently blind me entirely, then yeah, that's a really good way to do that, is by making me go into a boxing match. But instead, I just choose to let my mods ban you. It seems like a much better course of action for everybody involved. Thanks, Hobo. I was gonna fuck with that person for a bit, but probably wise. No, post the clip in the chat. Foolish Gobbo Thieves. Perfect. Link plate to that. Link plate to that. Link plate to that. And also link plate to that. No, absolutely likely ban evader. No, we've been getting hit by a kind of a large number of suspicious users as of late, and they all kind of use the exact same tactics. It's always just like, they say that I'm boring or something to that line, and then either like go on about Mr. Beast, or they just yell about how my stream is a failure or something to that extent, which is cute because, you know, we're more successful than they'll ever be. Did you miss stupid people in chat? They were literally right there while you were talking, so probably. Not by much, but yeah, I guess you did, technically. Count created 11 minutes ago? Yep. Didn't say anything about Mr. Beast, no. Literally just said, boring gameplay, you coward. I challenge you to a boxing match. Don't ignore me, you coward, as I was responding them to them. But Hobo nailed it, so it's fine. Hobo, your kill count goes up by 1. 'Twas a good day. Now, it turns out it takes a lot to actually, like, upset me. And most of these guys, like, haven't figured out even remotely close how to do that. Turns out I've been doing this for a while. And shitheads on the internet means it's not my first rodeo. Fastest mods in the West? I mean, Hobo's East Coast, but... Fastest mods in Florida. How's that? Faster than the winds. You had a person show up in Jess's chat to whine about me banning them. Didn't go the way they thought it would. Yeah, that day was weird, particularly, JSOG, because like I mentioned that I was getting hit by what seemed like a troll farm, because there was about, like, I don't know, a dozen of them in an hour. That was the day that somebody went over to Jess's stream to go complain. Western Hemisphere? Sure. That is accurate. West of your... It seems to have ramped up recently. I think that I'm just good at pissing people off. Because, like, I don't take shit from people. And turns out children don't like it when you don't take shit. Surprisingly enough. There's a ramp there, apparently. I can't see it. That's invisible. Yes, JSOG. Damn kids these days. Back in my day, they used to just tell you to put a shoe on your head. Now they tell you that Mr. Beast is going to give you money. Because apparently that's how people troll in the current year. Maybe it's a ChatGPT project? I mean, you shouldn't give them dumb ideas like that. But here's the thing, right? Bots are pretty easy to spot. But if they're just there to troll, then it doesn't really matter. And also response time is a thing. So if they're like insta-gib responsing, like there would have to be some clever programming there to make it believable. Which, to be clear, doesn't really make it acceptable. I don't think putting bots into somebody's chat is a particularly good thing. But, like, to give you an idea, like, my bot is really good at noticing bots. Like, just the way they idle and the fact that they don't ever leave the chat and stuff. So it wouldn't be too difficult to flag those. I think it would take some interesting tools, but I'm sure that you'd be able to flag them. Like, sorry, I'm going to dox everybody who's lurking in the chat right now. Well, not dox, but, like, out everybody who's lurking. But if I go to my bot's dashboard right here and then scroll all the way down to the bottom, all the way down at the bottom, it says known bots. These are just bots that idle, right? And the fact that they idle, the bot then identifies them as known bots. Twitch chat does the same thing where, like, if something is just idling, especially if it's a single account idling in a lot of places, they get flagged as suspicious. So I don't think it would really matter too much if like, you know, they're doing some chat GPT bullshit, because like we would notice that they're idling and then they'd vanish or get bopped that way. Turns out Twitch chat is smart enough. It's not perfect, but it's not too bad at like identifying things like that. You're a bot, Baka Glass? Well, your dwarf finally died. Oh, absolutely. No, totally. I mean, like, if there's tools to harass people in public spaces, somebody's going to use it. So, you know, it's just kind of part of this industry, right? I've always kind of had the unpopular opinion of, yo, if you put yourself in a public space, expect to be attacked and harassed because people will be jealous of you, right? So, as sucky as it is, it's the truth. So. I love that, like, that hobo bopped that. Yeah, be careful with, like, making jokes like that, Celestaris. People will bop you. That also wasn't a bot, hobo. Just saying. That definitely was not a bot. You have to go volunteer stuff. Fare thee well. We'll see you when we see you. Well, it's all good. Hi, newbie. But be wary when you do stuff like that. You might get slapped. You're well aware. Okay. Just making sure. We're just making jokes. Okay. Well, I mean, the jokes are fine. Making sure everybody's on the same page. How are we doing up here? Making okay progress. They seen people enough. That's a funny sentence. Hobo, can I just say this out loud? It's been too fucking long since the last racing. Like, F1 is taking long enough between races right now that I'm actually starting to consider, like, going back and either A, watching old races, or B, watching other things race. This is bad. I don't like it. F1 needs to not go away. Because F1 going away just means that I'm, like, slightly more likely to, like, subscribe to other streaming services to watch more racing. Crumbles. Marble racing time? No, that's not racing. Come on. Marbula 1 was funny for a minute, but no. Indy was pretty good this weekend. I saw Grosjean was trending on Twitter briefly, which means I assume he did well. Although, speaking of things that go fast, this is a game that's being developed by No Clip Video and Cryptic Sea, who is the guy that made the original Bridge Constructor game from 1 billion years ago, as well as some other games that he abandoned because he ran out of money. Anyway, this is something I want to play. It's just like build your own tracks and race with up to 1,000 cars on one server. And it's like team-based. This will be a blast, I think, when this comes out. Definitely want to play this. Absolutely want to play this. Oh, it's definitely 420 somewhere. In fact, actually, it's 421 here. Oy. Suddenly very tempted to go grab my vape, but I won't. I'd like to stay functional. You're gonna have to watch Baku in a hotel next weekend? What you doing next weekend? I can't fucking wait for Baku, though. Baku's like my favorite track of the year. I love Baku. You have a good night's sleep, Walsp. 1:22 is a good time of night to go get sleep. I highly recommend sleep, especially at that time. Oh yeah, okay. That's certainly a valid reason to you know, take some time, go stay in a hotel. Friend's wedding is definitely a good reason to do that. I'm going to demolish this. We need to get that Dr. Guildhall done, so... Except I'm going to move this end bit so that they don't try building it there. We're going to fly down, and let's finish up that Doctor's Guildhall. Guildhall for doctors. Wherever they are. They're there. It's not quite valuable enough, but we're getting there. $7:30 and I'm in bed and... Oh, 7:30 p.m.? You don't know how I can stay awake past 9? I don't know. I'm definitely at the point now where I go, man, there's a show I really want to go to, but the doors don't open until 9. And I'll be like, I'm going to pass on that. Like, I'm at the point now where I'm starting to feel like an old man because it's just like, yeah, I could go see this metal band I like, but like, they don't go on stage until 11. And then I just don't. I'm certainly getting to that point. Not super consistently, but I'm getting there. All right, we are engraving floors. Going to engrave those walls, engrave these pillars. See the value. Too low still. Got 15 more tables we can throw in. Do you have like a little demonstration area? Have some chairs for discussion and other things that you do with chairs. We'll see what that does to the value of this. Yeah, and generally I just sleep at this point. Like, honestly, that's the thing that's making me feel older than anything else. Is the fact that I just kind of opt to sleep than, you know, go to cool shows now quite frequently. Just get all my squads training. Wait until I'm mid-30. I don't think it's got anything to do with age. And no, I won't wait until I'm mid-30. I'll just, you know, go to bed now. There it is. That'll satisfy those. No, I blame my chronic disabilities, not my age. It's more just the chronic pain that makes me not want to go out as much. I wonder who invented sleep. It was a really good idea. Some would argue it was a bad idea. Okay, that's now on display. There we go. Guildhall is now set. I think we've also completed the soap border too. Yeah, it looks like it. Forgotten Beast soap. Hell yeah, we did it. I really wish it would say what beast it was made out of.
Time is an illusion.
Time is an illusion? Time is a human construct that we made up ourselves. And, so is most other things, to be honest. Humans are very skillful bullshitters. We bullshitted time into existence. Like, we should be proud of that. Like, if nothing else, we should be really proud of the fact that we managed to bullshit time into existence. Which means nobody would be late for work ever if humans didn't exist. You can't even tell me I'm wrong with that. Oh, also, Hobo, I can't remember if I mentioned it to you or not, but me and my friend Kevin are going to that Animals as Leaders Devin Townsend tour. So thank you for making me aware of that, because we got tickets. Kind of sucks because it's seating only, but oh well. But seriously, JSOG, thanks for the 22nd month. Also, hello, Tekkit. Humans are primates with the unique ability to delude themselves. I don't know if that's unique to us. That floor is foreboding? It's just dark burgundy. What's so foreboding about it? Yeah, I get to go see Devin Townsend. Again. It's been a while. I haven't seen him since before the pandemic. Last time... Why is there blood on the ground? Uh-oh. This seems... Uh-oh. This seems bad all of a sudden, actually. Bunch of dwarves fighting. Do we have, a loyalty situation? What exactly is happening? I'm seeing lots of puking. And, lots of people's blood on the ground. Uh-oh. That doesn't seem good. That seems bad. This seems loyalty cascade-ish. Well, we need to expand the size of the... I know that we just made a Doctor's Guild Hall. We need to put more beds in there, I think. It's like they're still fighting, but they're also in the hospital now. There's just blood appearing in places. I don't... Okay, Bastet's dead. Sorry, Bastet. I didn't do it. Maybe it's... Dobar, the butcher's been found dead. Same with my mace dwarf. Okay. Considering how many people are fighting, which is a lot. Yeah, no, there's definitely some infighting going on. Holy Festival kicks the cook in the right lower leg. Well, after all of the kind of disconcerting moods, finally had a little bit of a spiral, that. I do have one dwarf in prison. Let's check the disorderly conduct. Avus, I think it was all Avus. I'm pretty sure it was like just this dwarf that caused all this to happen. Bring some more beds into the hospital. A little bit of a riot? Yeah, a little bit of a riot. This fort's a riot, I'll tell you that. Well, fortunately, all my doctors are still alive from the looks of things. It's a good thing I made soap. No health problems. Sure. Your head is cut open. That I would describe as a health problem, game. Welp. What happened in the no digging fort? We were trying to recover an artifact that was being stolen by a zombie, and so half of the fort was outside trying to kill this zombie. The zombie was apparently stronger than most of my military somehow, so that caused us some trouble, and then right as we killed the zombie and my entire fort was outside, a were-creature showed up. To which I said, welp, and like 24 dwarves got infected. So we drowned everybody. Actually, if you go watch the, what's it called? If you go watch the interview that I did with Putnam on the YouTube channel from a couple days ago, there's a bunch of footage of the end of it. It's just like water coming in and dwarves drowning left and right and were-creatures constantly. So that could have been a lot worse. We lost, like, what, 3 dwarves in the fighting? Which sucks, but it was only 3 dwarves. So that could have been way worse than it was. But we did lose Bastet, which is hysterical and sad. Because Bastet used to always have a dwarf. Always. But before we had this, like, redemption system, Bastet always had a dwarf. Without, like, any question, Bastet always had a dwarf. Bastet almost never has a dwarf now. Because for some reason, she has a really, really, really hard time redeeming dwarves. And today was, I think, the first time in a while she's managed to get one. And, well, about that. So, pour one out for Bastet. I think that was the only named dwarf that died in that. We're memorializing some ghosts. Oh, yeah. Well, sometimes you don't want were-creatures escaping from your fort, right? You just kind of want them to stay there and die. So that's what we made sure that happened. One of your dwarves had so many kids? Yep. Yep. Although that one made it halfway to 1,000. It made it about as long as Archcrystal did, though, which I'm kind of okay with. Sorry, Bastet. I'm seriously very sorry. Cybrex been put to rest. Oh, I need to upgrade the guild hall for the crafts dwarves. I can do that. Which I think is this. Yes, the crafts dwarfs guild hall. Which means... Various dwarves are being put to rest. We're going to put in some gem windows as a door. Put in those. Engrave in all the walls. Do this. What about the Forgotten Beast that's chilling? What about it? I mean, that's not the only one that's just chilling. There's actually two that's just chilling. There's this one. This one is a giant blob composed of flame. It has wings and a gaunt appearance. It flies and it shoots fireballs, and it's made of fire. So that one's kind of terrifying. So I just kind of sealed it up there. It also single-handedly drained this entire lake, which I'm now slowly refilling. It just went and sat here for a bit, and the whole thing drained. We're about to get hit by an ad, so I'll do this quickly. The other one is this one, which is a quadruped composed of crystal glass. It has a pair of long antennae, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous gas, which I'm really worried is sleeping gas, or like body rotting gas. And I kind of don't really want my dwarves getting caught in either of those. So that one we're just kind of letting sit there for a little bit. And that's a goose. Scarier than the Forgotten Beasts. Because it keeps leaving its pasture. Go back to the pasture, goose. There you go. Beastie Fight Club. I mean, actually, I could let the Fireball Beast go and see how it would do, but I don't think it would do well. No, that's just a goose. Just a normal goose. Hi, Pie. Enjoy your lurks, Pie. Let's see how the value of this is going. We're almost there. Should be a grand guild hall now, which means I can deconstruct that. think I might make a barracks back here. Or maybe make this into a barracks. I'm not sure. I don't really want my military to be at risk of falling into this. This is kind of dangerous. Really? We'll dig that down further. But this whole walkway here, very big, scary fall place. Chat, I really need to use the restroom. I will be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to.
Cheese for everyone!
Chat room, I'm upset. There's bird poop on my sliding glass door. Bird shit on my door. God damn it. Stupid birds. Probably was a crow, to be honest. Guess I get to clean up bird shit. Unless, like, it rains enough that it gets washed away. Oof, indeed. Hey, chat. I'm thinking we do, like, another 30, 40 minutes of Dwarfs. And then some crab champions. What do you guys think? Also, it's raining out there again, so hopefully it'll just get washed off, but... You have bird poop on your carpet? You missed the little blue pooper already. I don't understand the context here. Should probably clean that up. Because that seems kind of gross. You had a bird and he pooped. Okay, but you should still clean it up. On the edge of your mouth once. Ugh. There was one time, and I will never forget this. I was sitting in the passenger seat in the car with my mom. We just picked up a pizza. I had a pizza on my lap, and my mom said, you should close the window because it was like windy or something. And just as I closed the window and the window hit the top, a big round of bird shit just went on the window. It's like, whoa. If I'd waited like 10 seconds to close that window, it would have landed right on the pizza. One of the most memorable moments of my childhood. Was in middle school, so the kids are ruthless, so I believe it. Yeah, that sucks. Are they stuck? Or are they... Oh, no, they are not stuck. They are, however, trying to take this way out. Which actually... I'm just going to wall off, I think. Go all the way around the edge. Okay. The other thing that we're going to do is I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom of this. We're going to keep channeling into here. I'm building my progressively deeper hole. Considering we survived like a borderline loyalty cascade today, this is pretty impressive. This fort's done pretty well today. Loyalty cascades are not easy to survive from normally, so. And this is ever so slowly filling back up right there. Wow, we hit early spring. Which means it's time for the game to save again. Investments are open, chat, if you want to invest your tickets. If you so care. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, I don't know. I've come pretty close to being shit on by birds before, but it's never actually happened. It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like if I was a slightly less lucky person, it would have happened at least twice. Also, this is weird. Factory Town developer is making an idle game? And it's $5? Factory Town idle? Huh. Well, I guess there's now 2 games in the Factory Town franchise. Interesting, I suppose. Hi, Crypt? Who's Crypt? I've never even met a Crypt. Unironically, you were worried about winning the mug the other day because that's all your luck for the year. Why is that all your luck for? The odds are really good. Like, when somebody gifts merch in chat, odds that you're gonna win are really good. So don't think that you just like gave up all of your good odds in 1 year for 1 whole year just because you won a mug. It's like 1 in 10, maybe 15. Crypt is here, ain't it? Yeah, but Crypt is a bot. Not a person. I mean, it is that time. It is that day of that month. I feel kind of bad for my dad. My dad was born on 420. People gift merch in chat? Yep, people can gift merch in chat. You just go to the merch store and then click on the gift button. Here, I'll show you. Right now, you can gift merch at a discount. So theoretically, you go to my merch store, right? You click on a mug, and you scroll down and say, gift to Twitch chat. You could gift 1 all the way up to 10 plus if you're dumb. Maybe don't do that. But you could gift the mug out to chat if you feel like it. Or a sticker. Or a... Do I drop 5 on an idol? I don't know. You can give us a review of it. What does investing do? Absolutely nothing, except for probably make you lose your tickets. Dwarf Fortress minimized itself when it finished saving, and I thought it crashed for a second there. Spooked me. What are tickets? You get 1 every 30 minutes for watching the stream, or 2 if you're subscribed. As far as what are they? They are an imaginary currency that does nothing. So simply put, don't worry about it. More than you already do, anyway. Welcome back, Bastet. Anyway, Bastet just won more tickets. Chief Medical Dwarf has been in multiple accidents relating to mining and hasn't died yet, so. And Weaver withdraws from society. Yet another woven artifact. Salty Tempest. The Tempest of Salt themselves. What kind of Dwarf would you like? We got plenty of Dwarfs all about. Doing various dwarfy things. Which one would you like on this fine day? Today's a day, right? Yeah, it's a day. It's been a day, so I guess it's a day. Today counts as a day. On this fine day, what kind of Dwarf would you like? Spring cleaning? What's better than sprung cleaning? The chief medical dwarf that insists on staying alive? You mean the one that's a professional miner by day, chief medical dwarf as hobby by night? Very happy dwarf, though, I will admit. Is also, wait. Trapped, currently. Is currently stuck. What are you doing? Literally, how did you get up here? I don't even... Somehow got himself stuck up here, and I'm not even sure how. Anyway, you are now Salty Tempest. It's a good thing you made me name that dwarf, or he would have died just now. Yep. It also, no, not the one that punched the salt creature to death. That was just a doctor, not the chief medical dwarf. He's completely convinced of his. Sorry. He's completely convinced of his own worthlessness and has an incredibly calm demeanor. He hasn't killed a forgotten beast, but he did kill an amphibian man, an elf, and three more amphibian people. So he's killed multiple amphibian folk. Not very popular with ambiguous amphibian. He does not find most jokes humorous, and he is confident under feelings of confident under pressure, and is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. He is stingy with resources when working on projects, and he refuses to expend any extra effort. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and does not go out of his way to help others. He doesn't focus on material goods, and there's a giveaway happening in chat. Apparently, Dogs 1 Up is gifting a mug to chat. ! Enter for a chance to win a mug. Anyway, he needs, thank you very much, by the way. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He has a long beard, which is braided, sideburns that are clean shaven, a very long mustache that is neatly combed, and his hair is clean shaven. His nose is hooked, and his gold eyes are slightly rounded. His dark peach skin is wrinkled, and his left lower arm bears a straight scar. His hair is raw umber with a touch of gray. And best of luck, everybody. Once the giveaway is done, there will be a thing that pops up, and if your name is called, simply click that link and link your Twitch account, and it'll give you shipping stuff. And yes, best of luck. And thank you very much. Dogs went up. All right, let's do that. You gifted the mug when you had the store open? Yeah, it takes a little bit for it to go through. I mean, like a bot's got to connect to my chat and it's got to process it. It takes a minute. So the general consensus about that top 10 video that I made earlier, 10 things you should know before you start playing Dwarf Fortress, is a lot of people are going, man, I'm not even new and I'm learning stuff. How lame? Well, I mean, I didn't make the bot work. Fourth Wall made the bot work. Crawfish, unfortunately, you just missed the time out there. Nathilian, click on that link if you would like to redeem that mug. And cheers. Means a lot. I think that math-wise adds up to me getting slightly more than I would for like a normal subscription after shipping and whatnot. Because I pay for a portion of the shipping when people gift stuff. We're going to dig into here as well. Go around this side. I really need like proper storage and crafting areas, which I really don't have right now. So kind of what I'm doing down here is I'm digging out storage areas. Setting up craft dwarf shops and hopefully moving some of the shops from upstairs down to here. Raging Cave. I'm pretty sure you died, but we'll see. Let's take a look. Yeah, looks like you are no longer with us, unfortunately. We kind of had a bunch of dwarves rampage through the... Oh, no, never mind. You are still alive. You just got hospitalized, I guess. There you are. Yeah, utterly fearless. Still the Holy Festival. You're very fat. Crab game soon? A little bit, yeah. I mean, chat, how many people are sitting here waiting for crab game? Or crab champions, I should say, because crab game is a different thing. Oink. Crab Champions is crab game. It's kind of like Risk of Rain 2, but with crabs. Still preaching the biggest, baddest rabbit that ever existed. Well, that's good. The Weaver has created a sheer cave spider silk skirt and offers it to the Bloody Dance of Kings. And, Poo Dwarves fell into depression. Well, that's a shame. Make DPS number go pretty much. It's Risk of Rain 2, but with crabs, yeah. It's like the easiest way to describe it. How risque? Yes, a sheer skirt that has no sprite. So we don't even know how risque it is because we can't see it. That is a floating frog. It's flying. See? It's defying gravity. Gravity defying frog. Wonderful. Fort's very laggy because of all the channeling we're doing. So lagginess should fix itself soonish. Thought I gave these spaces these, but I guess not. I'll multi-bedroom these. Okay, we need more beds. Let's see how many dwarves need. Oh, can I place another door right there? Yes, I can. See how many dwarves still need beds. Yep, quite a few, turns out. Is there a way to fix it? No. Unless if they've made an artifact, then yes, you can fix it. They will snap out of it. But if they haven't made an artifact, they're just dead. They're a dead dwarf walking. They're going to go on hunger strike until they pass away. It's sad, but it's part of the game. Yeah, no. It kind of is what it is with dwarves. Dwarves are fickle critters like that, and they're really not a big fan of depression. You know, in games that compete with Dwarf Fort, they kind of have their limits, and in Dwarf Fort it's depression. If they fall into depression, they're just kind of done. Yeah, they're just kind of done at that point. Although I will say, this fort is shockingly resilient with all of the things it's been through, considering it went from, what, 100 population down to 24 at one point? Yeah, it's difficult for humans to fathom being a dwarf and being told by your god that you need to make a sock and then not being able to get the cat bone that you needed for that sock. And because you weren't able to get that cat bone, the only thing that there is left to do with your life is cut your tongue out and go wander around and take your clothes off and die. Naturally. You recently realized that can't go insane part was just them ending it instead of them never even hitting. Well, see, I mean, if they can't go in, they actually can't fall permanently into depression if they've made an artifact. More like Dwarf World problems. I don't think dwarves in Dwarf Fortress live in First World. It's pretty, like, dire on a good day, this place. Like, this dwarf as an example. They're the creator of Mos Dusal, and because of that, this dwarf can't go completely insane. A dwarf needs to be really far gone for that. There's Half-Life. They need to be permanently haggard, which means they need to be as depressed as they possibly can be before they've made an artifact, which is pretty hard to do. You basically need to, like, lock them in a room with water, food, and a dead cat for them to do that. Like, it's pretty tough to actually piss a dwarf off enough to get them to the point where they do that. To the point where I've had it happen once this year, and it was a vampire, because all I was doing whenever that vampire showed up in my forts was just locking him in a room by himself. And eventually he just kind of went so insane that he finally did that. And then to only be, not always. If murder is witnessed, it's closer to 300 days. Stumbling around obliviously. That's a dwarf that's dead. But frankly, I think that dwarf's just doing us a favor. By evicting them from themselves from the fort without me having to do anything to them. He found a vampire after he killed 2 and he got over a year and 458 days? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen similar lengths of prison time. Speaking of prison time, I interrogated some people. In order to elicit information, subject was cagey, and in retrospective interrogator may have completely misjudged the subject. Well. Luckily, he went mad before he finished the sentence. Kind of a shame. Vampires are fun if they don't go insane. If you can have, like, a super happy vampire, vampires are kind of a lot of fun. The problem is keeping them happy and keeping them sane. Yeah, you can't reinterrogate things for the same crime. I mean, in this case, those dudes have already left the map. They were visitors. Well. This is all set up and ready to go again, meaning these both are both connected to this pressure plate. So if enemies invade us, and they walk all the way here and they step on this pressure plate, it's going to make both of these disconnect and this whole thing's going to fall. So if there's a big army here, they're all going to get dashed down, and then I'll have my soldiers waiting there. Okay, well, I mean, that is what it is. I'll have my soldiers waiting here, and then we will go after them. Why are you dehydrated, Fultig? Are you one of the most depressed? Okay, hold on. That, or there's somebody stuck somewhere. You literally are buried alive right now. That's kind of dark. I have a lot of tilted dwarves. We've lost a lot of dwarves. Like, the fact that this fort is still functioning after all this is kind of a miracle. Like, to be clear, we lost 100 dwarves in one fight. So, most of these dwarves are survivors of that. And then also combine that with getting besieged by cavern dwellers 3 times a year, and also not having enough beds for a very long time due to just simply lack of trees. Yeah, no, this has been a tough fort. This has been a real tough fort. These dwarves have been through a lot. I don't envy them. Rescue mission? Not really. I mean, sort of. Being immortal kind of does eventually make you go insane. You would think, wouldn't you? You would think. That would make a lot of sense. That being immortal would make you eventually go kind of nuts. I think being immortal is very similar to just being a billionaire. Eventually, everybody just kind of realizes you're an asshole. They should have known what they were in for when they showed up for Meatpit. Yeah, Yeah, it is. There was a couple people commenting on the YouTube VOD saying like, man, you went with like the darkest naming schemes for this one. I was like, well, I mean, come on. They should have known what they were signing up for in this one. I mean, wait, what was the name of this group again? Let's see. The Bloody Dance of Kings of Meatpit. Yeah, I too wouldn't, you know, want to live here. Also, chat, I'm giving this pressure plate a very important name. The Accidental Ceiling. That's the name of our faction, the Accidental Ceiling. This is the Accidental Ceiling. You walk in here and then you become a ceiling. Or the ceiling becomes floor? So I wouldn't actually be called the Accidental Flooring. Anyway, this is our faction's greatest weapon, the Accidental Ceiling. That's so cheerful. I mean, it could be worse. Well, I mean, it's certainly accidental, the ceiling. Although we've had very few deaths to accidental ceilings, though. Always. The X-Pong. Always. And then we're going to smooth this whole thing. And there we go. They're going to smooth that whole thing. And that's going to be it for that portion of the cave-in trap, which is now fully set up. We've set up a much larger drink stockpile. We've got some dwarves tantruming, but I know it might look terrible. We had 31 super angry dwarves when we started today. So we have actually improved things quite dramatically. We've expanded our bedrooms. We built more guild halls. I kind of love the way this fort looks. It's way more like angular than I normally make forts, but like it's kind of got a neat look to it. Especially considering everything is like double layered because I have to do it that way because I can only dig with channeling. Down here, I'm working on kind of a bigger crafting district. Got to move a bunch of crafting stuff down here. Avuz is tantruming again. There's that very angry glass beast in the caverns, which hopefully another beast will show up and kill it. Yeah. Just a normal Voodoo Ranger. You know, if I lived in the US, Voodoo Ranger might have given me money. They actually offered me money once. And then I was like, but I'm in Canada. And they're like, oh, well, then we can't give you money. Sorry. I was like, God damn it. I don't get money or free beer because I live in Canada. Well, I mean, I guess I wouldn't because I live in Canada. Anyway, yeah, that was a sponsorship opportunity that got null and voided because, you know, Canada. We built this over here, big old temple. We built a doctor's guild hall and several other things. Had to redo the military twice because everybody kept dying and the pit got bigger. This has been a fun fort. Oh, Voodoo Ranger was sponsoring Twitch streamers a lot in 2019. Or Old New Belgium or whatever the brewery is, was sponsoring a lot of Twitch streamers around that time. Anyway, I think that's it for Dwarfs for today. Is the bunny statue crafted? No, actually, because I don't have silver. I don't have any access to silver, and we agreed to make it out of silver, so I'm waiting until I get silver. So no, it hasn't been crafted, but it is still queued up. It'll get crafted eventually. We built things that are useful, though, such as, this entryway. And it's been fun. We'll have to continue this next week on Tuesday. But for now, I think that this is it for Dwarves for the day, although the stream isn't ending. But now is your opportunity to say goodbye, YouTube. Or smile at me. Well, either or. New Belgium? Okay, well, I prefer Old Belgium, frankly. It's a country and not a brewery. They also have lots of breweries in Belgium instead of New Belgium, which is just a brewery. Frankly, I think it's like quantity over middling quality, because like New Belgium's fine, but like not great. Voodoo Ranger's fine, but like not great. And like, I don't know. They've certainly like disappointed me more often than they've been pressed. But I just want to say thank you to everybody who tuned in for the Dwarf Fortress portion of the stream. Now we're gonna go play Crab Champions. Windows is insisting I update right now, so I'm going to tell it to update tonight at, let's say, 1:45 a.m. tomorrow. That's fine. But I recommend you stick around because